Rewolucją nacjonalem. Tak mnie Choik wciąga jakoś. Kurwa. You spin me right round, baby, right round. Pana, wanna, wow, wow. Jebaj. Muszę sobie zagrać kiedyś bez modów, tak na czysto. Ale to by było przeżycie, nie? Down. On your Tinder? On your fucking Tinder?
In December 1804, in the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris, Napoleon Bonaparte crowned himself Emperor of the French. Europe had never seen such a sudden and dramatic rise to power. A son of impoverished Corsican nobility to military dictator of France in little more than 10 years. Revolution and war had cleared Napoleon's path to the throne. War would dominate his 10-year reign. A conflict unprecedented in history that would leave millions dead and a continent in turmoil.
Spanish Ulcer.
In 1809, Napoleon Bonaparte, Emperor of the French, was at the height of his power. He had just won another crushing victory against Austria at Wagram and imposed a humiliating peace treaty. But the war he'd started in Spain and Portugal, with his ill-judged invasion the previous year, continued to rage. Napoleon had placed his own brother Joseph on the Spanish throne, uniting a proud country against him. His troops had dealt ruthlessly with popular uprisings, while routing a succession of Spanish armies. In February 1809, Marshal Lannes overcame the heroic defense of Zaragoza in a brutal siege that cost 54,000 Spanish lives and 10,000 French. But still, the Spanish and Portuguese remained defiant.
Started it.
And 3 months after their escape, in April, to lead a small Anglo-Portuguese army. British redcoats would fight alongside Portuguese troops, who, with the help of
Portuguese troops,
soon proved themselves highly effective. 3 weeks
Melpomena.
Wellesley moved against Marshal Soult's 2nd Corps, which had recently taken Porto. Soult and his troops, preoccupied with plundering the region, had no warning of the British advance, and were soon in headlong retreat, back through the mountains into Spain. Having secured Portugal for the time being, Wellesley planned a joint campaign with General Cuesta,
For
the
production.
Spanish army of Extremadura. On the 10th of July, the two commanders met at Casas de Miravete to discuss strategy. Relations between these two allies were not straightforward. Spain and Britain had a long history of conflict. The Spanish were deeply suspicious of British intentions in Spain, while the British had low opinion of the Spanish army, which they considered poorly trained and badly led. Wellesley's request to take over command of Spanish forces was rejected, but the generals agreed to a joint advance up the Tagus Valley towards Madrid, to be supported by General Venegas, advancing from La Mancha. In the face of their advance, Marshal's First Corps withdrew to Talavera, where he was joined by King Joseph and General Sebastiani's 4th Corps. The French plan was for Joseph's army to defend Madrid, while Marshal Soult led 3 corps down from the north to get behind and trap the enemy Spanish forces.
Attention.
But Joseph, worried by Soult's slow progress and General Venegas's advance on
Czekamy, dobra.
decided to attack at Talavera. The Battle of Talavera saw British
Jak się wycofuje tych volunteers? Kurwa.
They stood firm, repelled the enemy with disciplined musket fire and bayonet charges. Talavera was a small battle compared
Kurwa, po chuja to tu wysłałem
but it proved that under Wellesley, Britain's small, well-drilled army was a force to be reckoned with, even though in the short term the victory achieved little. Warned of Soult's approach from captured dispatches, the victorious Anglo-Spanish army retreated, while King Joseph and 4th Corps marched against Venegas's army, which they smashed at the Battle of Almonacid. That autumn, the Supreme Junta in Sevilla, Free Spain's effective government, raised 2 new armies for another attempt to liberate Madrid, planning to converge on the capital from north and south. But Wellesley, ennobled as Viscount Wellington for his victory at Talavera, had been so disgusted by the lack of Spanish cooperation that summer that he refused to risk his army.
Yes, how do we call?
Inexperienced armies met with disaster. At Ocaña, they suffered their biggest defeat of the war, when a smaller force under Marshal Soult routed the Spanish army, taking 14,000 prisoners and
Yes, how to recall. Whoa!
A week later, the army of the left was heavily defeated at Alba de Tormes. There was more bad news when Girona fell to the French after an epic 7-month siege. The Supreme Junta's plans to retake Madrid were in tatters. Southern Spain was now wide open to French attack.
XPP?
Today we have a quick question that I'm going to use to send you a tip. And the question is, how do you bring back your volunteers? For example, you are playing in some European country and you are threatened by Germany. Let's say that you are Poland and you send your volunteer to China, and simply this war takes forever when the Germans declare.
Without a fight. Joseph, who still hoped to win over the Spanish with his progressive reforms, was welcomed by many as a savior from anarchy. Only Cadiz held out, its defences reinforced by a British naval squadron, and was besieged by Victor's 1st Corps. Meanwhile, Napoleon sent Marshal Massena to Spain with 65,000 reinforcements. He was reckoned one of Napoleon's best marshals, and had just been made Prince of Essling for his heroics in the recent war against Austria.
XPP. Muszę po prostu kliknąć, kurwa. Zapiszmy. Po chuja to kliknę. Dobra, cokolwiek.
Wellington, with only 33,000 men to face Massena's 50,000, retreated. Massena crossed the Portuguese frontier and besieged Almeida. After just 13 hours of bombardment, a lucky French shot hit the Portuguese magazine. 70 tons of gunpowder went up in a devastating explosion that made all further resistance useless.
Attention!
It was a serious blow to Wellington, who'd been relying on Almeida's strong defences to buy him time. At Busaco, he found a strong defensive position and made a stand. Massena's uphill frontal attack failed, at a cost of 4,000 casualties. But the next day, the French found a way to outflank Wellington's position, and his retreat continued. As Massena's army neared Lisbon, his scouts reported something completely unexpected. Stretching across the Lisbon peninsula, protecting the city from attack, they found a new chain of fortifications in 2 major lines. Known as the Lines of Torres Vedras, the British and Portuguese had been constructing these defences for more than a year. Now the lines bristled with more than 100 forts, redoubts and batteries, manned by 30,000 troops and 250 guns. Massena soon discovered the lines were far too strong for him to attack. What's more, a scorched earth strategy had stripped the surrounding countryside of anything that might help the French. While Portuguese partisans attacked French supply columns as they struggled through the mountains to reach Massena's army. Massena faced a grim predicament. Starved of supplies, too weak to attack, unwilling to retreat. But throughout this standoff, it was Portuguese peasants who suffered most of all. When their villages and farms were burned, many took refuge in
Ja pierdolę. A dobra to.
where thousands died of starvation and disease. Back in France, Napoleon had been preoccupied with his divorce from the Empress.
Man.
Then a new marriage to Archduchess Marie-Louise, daughter of the Emperor of Austria. She was now expecting their first child. Nevertheless, from Paris, Napoleon sent frequent orders to his marshals in Spain and Portugal, urging them to take more aggressive action. But when these orders arrived, weeks later, they were usually out of date and showed little understanding of the problems his marshals faced. He now ordered Soult, based in Andalusia, to go on the offensive to draw enemy forces away from Lisbon, so Massena could take the city. Soult laid siege to Badajoz, a fortified city that controlled the southern route into Portugal. When 12,000 men of the army of Extremadura marched to its relief, they were routed by Soult, after which the city tamely surrendered, giving up 8,000 prisoners and vast quantities of stores. It was another heavy blow to Spain's armed forces.
Experience game jest 25%.
Despite such disaster and their many blundering generals, the Spanish troops remained willing to fight. Courage and fire, undimmed. Victor's First Corps, besieging Cadiz, had now been so weakened to support other operations that the Anglo-Spanish garrison decided to attack. The Allies landed along the coast to strike at the French siege lines from the rear. But they were ambushed by the French at Barossa. Despite heavy losses, the Anglo-Portuguese rearguard fought off the enemy, but a furious falling out between British commander Sir Thomas Graham and his Spanish counterpart General La Peña threw away any advantage.
La Peña.
Soult, alarmed at these developments, marched back to Andalusia. Meanwhile, Massena, out of food and with no prospect of reinforcement, had no option but to retreat. Wellington's army pursued, discovering evidence of several appalling atrocities committed by the French against Portuguese villagers.
Pali nam jakiś wojsk. O, tych też możemy tu wysłać.
With the French rearguard, brilliantly commanded by Marshal Ney, until he was sacked by Massena for criticizing his leadership.
Okay.
Having chased the French out of Portugal, Wellington besieged Almeida. Massena's army, now rested and reinforced, marched to its aid. The two armies clashed again at Fuentes de Oñoro. In 2 days of heavy fighting, Massena failed to break through Wellington's position to relieve Almeida. The fortress fell the next week, but to Wellington's fury, British bungling allowed most of the French garrison to escape. Massena had lost 25,000 men in Portugal. Now he'd lost Almeida too, and a string of bad decisions, not least to bring his mistress with him in the campaign, had cost him the respect.
Mistress.
The marshal, Napoleon had once nicknamed the Dear Child of Victory, was recalled to France in disgrace, never to hold senior command again. Napoleon sent Marshal Marmont to replace him. Meanwhile, Marshal Beresford, British commander of Portugal's army, was sent to retake Badajoz with 20,000 British and Portuguese troops. When Soult approached with a relief force, Beresford marched to meet him at Albuera. It was one of the bloodiest battles of the war. Around 6,000 casualties on each side, with more than a third of the British infantry killed, wounded or captured. Marshal Soult declared, "There is no beating these troops in spite of their generals. I always thought they were bad soldiers, now I am sure of it. I had turned their right, pierced their center, and everywhere victory was mine. But they did not know how to run." Soult had been checked, but he was determined to save Badajoz. The newly arrived Marshal Marmont marched to his aid. They
March
advanced
to
again.
shade.
This combined army forced the British to abandon the siege. But when Wellington withdrew to a strong defensive position across the Portuguese border, Soult and Marmont did not pursue. French commanders in Spain had learned grudging respect for Wellington and for the steadiness of his troops.
Marcos.
For now, the war in Spain
Let me.
entered stalemate. While British, French and Spanish armies crisscrossed Spain and Portugal, another war was fought every day.
3 na miesiąc, okej.
in the hills and woods. From 1808, Spanish and Portuguese civilians, militias, and ex-soldiers began taking up arms against the hated French invader. They waged a war of ambushes and hit-and-run raids, known in Spanish as La Guerrilla, the Little War. Its fighters became known in English as guerrillas. Britain's Royal Navy supplied vital weapons, stores, and money,
Malaga.
behind enemy lines. Much
Breakthrough.
of Spain's rugged countryside fell under the control of the guerrillas. North of Madrid, Juan Martín Díez, an ex-soldier known as El Empecinado, the Stubborn, led a guerrilla band 6,000 strong. In Navarre, Esposimina, a former peasant, ran a highly organized band that caused havoc for the French, capturing convoys and couriers on the strategic Burgos-Bayonne road, and branding Viva Mina on the forehead of collaborators. While in the west, Julian Sanchez, known as El Charro,
Pionie.
led the self-styled Lanceros
Liść,
de
okej.
Castilla. El Charro himself wore a French hussar's cap, its eagle symbolically turned upside down. There were dozens more bands operating across Spain, though a few were no better than
No i 35 dni, a nie kurwa 70. Ex
The
kurwa
guerrilla
tej.
war was merciless, marked by hideous atrocities on both sides. A French soldier's greatest fear was to be taken alive by the guerrillas, who often tortured their prisoners before killing them.
Continuez l'attaque.
Tens of thousands of French troops were tied down by this people's war, guarding outposts or patrolling the countryside. The roads were so dangerous for French messengers that they required cavalry escorts of 200 men or more. Many still didn't get through, their valuable dispatches forwarded to Wellington, for whom they became an invaluable source of intelligence. The war in Spain would ultimately cost the lives of 260,000 French soldiers. as was typical in wars of this era, the great majority, 3 out of 4, died from disease. The twin threats faced by the French in Spain, a well-led regular army
No
under
właśnie.
alongside a popular insurgency, left them with an impossible strategic dilemma. If their armies remained
1,815.
dispersed to defend the guerrillas, Wellington could attack. But if they concentrated to defeat Wellington in battle, huge swathes of the country would quickly fall to the guerrillas. This was Napoleon's Vietnam, or his bleeding ulcer, as he called it. A war that cost his empire an average of 100
Kurwa, co ja robię?
every day.
Life break.
Little prospect of victory. And in 1812, as Napoleon launched his gigantic invasion of Russia, Wellington and the guerrillas launched their own offensive that would turn the war in Spain on its head.
Basic 6 trusts. Oh.
By 1812, Napoleon's French Empire had 250,000 troops stationed in Spain, bogged down in a war that seemed to have no end. They faced a bitter struggle against the people of Spain, who'd taken up arms in a guerrilla war, as well as the remnants of Spain's field armies and an Anglo-Portuguese army under Lord Wellington. But French forces in Spain remained formidable and in firm control of the capital, Madrid, and most major cities. And the year began with another great French victory in the south and a calamity for Spain.
Samolotów mam 200, okej.
Spain and Portugal would become a graveyard, not just for young French conscripts, but for the reputation of some of France's most famous generals. General Junot, Marshal Soult, and Marshal Jourdan had all tasted defeat.
2000.
Marshal Massena had been recalled in disgrace.
Ja niech spierdalają.
Gabriel Suchet was the exception. French generals in Spain were notorious for their looting. Soult, based in Andalusia, was probably the worst, reckoned to have stolen 1.5 million francs worth of art from Spanish monasteries and churches. As governor of Aragon, Marshal Suchet behaved very differently. He enforced strict discipline on his troops, punishing any who tried to steal or extort money from the Spanish, while treating local authorities with respect. He combined this hearts and minds strategy with ruthless military action against the guerrillas. It was able to establish firm control of Aragon. In June 1811, after a particularly bloody assault, Suchet took the port of
Unplanned offensive.
for which
Kurwa.
Napoleon rewarded him
Idę.
with his marshal's baton. The emperor then sent him reinforcements and ordered him to take Valencia. First, he routed a much larger Spanish army that attacked him at Saguntum before he laid siege to Valencia. The city was packed with Spanish troops and refugees, and to avoid starvation, General Blake surrendered on the 8th of January 1812. The French took 18,000 prisoners, including 23 generals, and nearly 500 guns. It was a devastating blow to the Spanish cause. But to reinforce Suchet, Napoleon had stripped troops from other armies in Spain, and then withdrawn 25,000 of the best troops for his imminent invasion of Russia. The result was that French forces in Spain were now severely overstretched, just as Wellington prepared to strike.
Use wisely.
Spanish guerrillas kept Wellington well informed of French movements, and learning that the forces facing him in western Spain had been much weakened, he decided to go on the offensive, to strike a blow before the French could concentrate against him. On the day that FRANCJA fell, he laid siege to Ciudad Rodrigo on the Portuguese-Spanish frontier.
Gdzieś się musimy.
Eager to take the city before Marshal Marmont marched to its relief, he ordered an assault after just 10 days. It succeeded, though Major General Crawford of the Light Division was among 300 killed. Wellington then marched south to besiege the much more strongly defended city of Badajoz. An assault was made on the night of the 6th of April. The first wave attacking the main breach were slaughtered. But what was supposed to be a diversionary attack on the city's castle with scaling ladders succeeded, and the city soon fell.
Tylko power gain.
The storming of Badajoz cost the British 3,700 casualties. In the aftermath, survivors went on the rampage, drinking, looting and raping, and killing more than 100 Spanish civilians before British officers finally restored order. Wellington had secured the two main bases of Spain and Portugal. Now he sent his most reliable subordinate, General Hill, with a small Anglo-Portuguese force to destroy the bridge over the Tagus at Almaraz. This was a vital link between Marmont's army of Portugal and Soult's army of the south, as the next usable bridge was at Toledo, 90 miles east. The bridge was well guarded by forts and redoubts, but Hill led a swift and daring assault. French defenses were taken by surprise. The bridge itself and all the engineering equipment burned, for the cost of just 177. Wellington was now ready to begin his advance into Spain. Spanish regular forces and guerrilla bands began operations to tie down as many French troops as possible. While from the Bay of Biscay, Sir Hugh Popham's naval raiding force made diversionary attacks on French coastal targets. In 4 days, Wellington was at Salamanca, as Marmont, outnumbered, withdrew behind the Douro. But when reinforcements arrived, he crossed the river again. For 6 days, Marmont tried to march around Wellington's flank. The British general matched him move for move.
No.
Marching in parallel.
Ja pierdolę.
Gardez vos rangs.
On the 7th day, Marmont blundered. On the morning of the 22nd of July, Wellington's army occupied high ground 4 miles south of Salamanca. Marmont was not
Weźmiemy flotę.
a direct assault. He still sought to outflank Wellington, threaten his line of retreat to Portugal, and force him to fall back. Around 8 a.m., the French won a dash for a hill known as the Greater Arapil, which Marmont made his observation point. The French army began to swing round behind him. Marmont had
Amphibious
convinced
tank,
that
nie.
Wellington was an overly cautious general who would not risk attack. The hills hid most of Wellington's army from view. And when Marmont saw dust clouds to the west, he assumed it was Wellington's baggage train leaving Salamanca, beginning their retreat. But it was the British 3rd Division and a Portuguese cavalry brigade moving up to strengthen Wellington's flank. Because he wasn't planning a retreat. He was about to attack.
Paré.
Frag unit.
Attention.
Around 2 p.m., Marmont ordered the 5 infantry divisions waiting in the woods behind him to march west cut off Wellington's imagined retreat. General Macoun's 5th Division, in the lead, stopped to engage what was presumed to be the British rearguard, the village of Los Alapiles. General Thomier's 7th Division continued west past it. Wellington watched as the French left flank became increasingly strung out, and knew it was an opportunity too good to miss. He galloped 3 miles across country to the 3rd Division to give the crucial orders in person. Many of his staff officers struggled to keep up. On arrival, he instructed the division's commander, his own brother-in-law, Edward Pakenham, to attack and drive everything before him. Third Division's advance was hidden by low hills until the last minute. Thomier's division was caught completely unawares and shattered by the assault. Thomier's himself was killed, half his division killed or captured, the rest soon put to flight.
Gardez vos rangs.
At this crucial moment, Marshal Marmont was hit by a British shell and carried from the field seriously wounded. His second in command, General Bonnet, was himself wounded an hour later. So command passed to General Clausel. 45 minutes later, the British 5th Division attacked, supported by 2 Portuguese brigades and General Lemarchand's dragoons. The French saw the cavalry coming and formed square, but were hit first by the British infantry, who unleashed a close-range volley, then charged with the bayonet. The French were routed and charged down by Lemarchand's cavalry. French 6th Division was caught up in the collapse.
Attention!
Lemarchand himself was shot from the saddle, but his brigade had helped destroy 8 French battalions and capture 2 eagles. Wellington's echelon attack continued as Cole's 4th Division advanced in the centre. But Pack's Portuguese brigade was thrown back from the Greater Arapil, and the whole division was soon falling back in disorder. Despite the devastation of his army's left flank, General Clausel decided to launch an attack on the Lesser Arapil, the hinge of Wellington's position. If it could be taken, he might still snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. But the French advance was met by fresh troops of Clinton's 6th Division, who poured volleys of musket fire into the French columns. They began to fall back. The French army had lost the will to fight on, its soldiers streaming away into the woods behind them.
Attention!
General Ferré's 3rd Division mounted a brave rearguard action to buy the rest of the army time to escape, but it faced a hopeless task. It was soon after
Medium tank.
the 5th Division, and Ferré himself was killed. Only General Foy's 1st Division escaped in good order. With darkness falling and his army exhausted, Wellington called off the pursuit. Wellington had smashed Marmont's army, taking 7,000 prisoners and killing or wounding 6,000 more, a French casualty rate of 25%, and more than double Wellington's own losses. The next day, dragoons of the King's German Legion attacked the French rearguard and achieved the almost unheard-of feat of charging down a French infantry square and taking another 1,000 prisoners. Wellington now decided to march on Madrid, forcing King Joseph to abandon the capital and retreat to Valencia to join up with Marshal Suchet. On the 12th of August, Wellington liberated the city to scenes of wild celebration. Soult, now at risk of being cut off in Andalusia, abandoned the siege of Cadiz, which had dragged on for 2.5 years, and marched east to join Joseph and Suchet. The following month, Wellington marched north, pushing the French back from Valladolid and besieging the castle of Burgos. But his army lacked heavy guns, and the French garrison fought bravely. As powerful French armies gathered to the north and south, Wellington himself was now in danger of being trapped. He had no choice but to withdraw. Wellington's retreat turned into a desperate forced march through autumn rain. The supply system collapsed, and many starving soldiers looted what food they could find from Spanish villages. Madrid was abandoned and reoccupied by the French on the 1st of November. Wellington was back where he'd started 5 months before. But despite the campaign's dismal conclusion, his strike into Spain had led to the liberation of huge swathes of the country, and left the French more overstretched than ever. Reinforced and resupplied, Wellington would be back the next year to deliver the final blow to Joseph's Spanish kingdom. 1812 had seen the tide of war turn, and not just in Spain, because 2,000 miles to the east, in Russia, catastrophe had engulfed la Grande Armée. In 1807, following his defeat of the Russian army at Friedland, Napoleon had traveled to Tilsit to meet the
Ale
Russian
lag, ja pierdolę.
Alexander.
A
During
jeszcze nie
this
ma było.
celebrated encounter, the two emperors formed a friendship and made an alliance. But it was not to last. Over the next 5 years, relations between France and Russia cooled dramatically. The Russians were irritated by Napoleon's creation of a Duchy of Warsaw in Poland, which they regarded as meddling in their own front yard. They feared it would lead to the return of a fully fledged Polish state, a traditional thorn in Russia's side. Then there was Napoleon's offer to marry Alexander's sister, Grand Duchess Anna Pavlovna, to cement their alliance. But the Romanovs hated the idea, and after a year of Russian prevarication, Napoleon married Marie-Louise, daughter of the Austrian emperor, instead. Later that year, Napoleon broke a guarantee made at Tilsit and annexed the Duchy of Oldenburg, ruled by Alexander's sister's father-in-law. Worst of all was the fallout over the continental system. Napoleon
Continental system.
economic blockade against Britain, designed to cripple his most steadfast enemy. Alexander had agreed to join the continental system at Tilsit, but it was hugely unpopular in Russia, ruinous to her finances during a period of economic crisis. When Napoleon found out that Russia was flouting the rules of the system and had resumed an illicit trade with Britain, he was furious. With both emperors accusing the other of bad faith, their two countries began preparing for war.
Infanterie.
Napoleon knew an invasion of Russia was a massive undertaking, especially as he still had an unfinished war in Spain, which was tying down more than 200,000 troops. Nevertheless, in 1811, he began to assemble the largest army Europe had ever seen, around 600,000 men, though less than half of them were French. The rest came from allied states across Europe. There was a Polish corps from the Duchy of Warsaw, led by Prince Poniatowski.
Polska górą, kurwa, Polska górą.
Saxony, Westphalia, and Bavaria, from the Kingdom of Italy, as well as Swiss, Dutch, Croat, Spanish, and Portuguese units scattered throughout the army. There were even contingents from Prussia and Austria, France's recent enemies, now uneasy allies. Some of these allied troops, such as the Poles and Germans, were as reliable as their French counterparts. Others were very inexperienced, or, like the Russians and Austrians, reluctant to be there at all. This gigantic formation was deployed in 3 armies. The main force under Napoleon himself, another led by his stepson, Eugène, and a third led by his younger brother, Jérôme, King of Westphalia. Neither of these two were experienced commanders. Though one would distinguish himself on campaign, the other would not. On the left flank, Marshal MacDonald led 10th Corps with a large Prussian contingent, while the right flank was guarded by General Schwarzenberg's Austrian Corps. Another 100,000 troops were in reserve, including Marshal Victor's. Initially, the Russians only had 220,000 men to face this juggernaut, organized into Barclay de Tolly's First Army, Prince Bagration's Second Army, and General Tomasov's Third Army. They would be outnumbered 2 to 1. Russia scored 2 crucial diplomatic triumphs. Sweden had been at war with Russia just 3 years earlier, a conflict which cost her Finland. By a curious turn of events, Sweden was now ruled by Napoleon's ex-marshal Bernadotte. But after Napoleon occupied Swedish Pomerania without warning, a furious Bernadotte promised Russia that Sweden would remain neutral. Meanwhile, a peace treaty with the Ottoman Empire ended Russia's 6-year war against its southern rival. These 2 agreements secured Russia's flanks from any strategic threat and freed up troops to face Napoleon's invasion.
Attention!
On the 24th of June 1812, French troops began crossing the Niemen River into Russian territory. The army was so large, the crossing took 5 days. Napoleon's plan was to attack north of the impassable Pripet marshes and defeat Barclay's army.
Barclay's fucking army.
French forces would then swing south to trap Bagration. Napoleon expected the campaign to be over in 5 weeks. But the sheer size of the French army convinced the cautious Barclay that retreat was his only option. Prince Bagration, a much more aggressive commander by instinct, and often Barclay's fierce critic, was forced to agree. As they withdrew, they burned villages and crops, part of a scorched earth strategy to deny supplies to the enemy. In 4 days,
Supplies to the enemy.
reached Vilnius, but Barclay was gone.
Attention!
South, Jérôme failed to pin down Bagration. So when Davout's first corps swung southeast to trap him, he already withdrawn to safety. Napoleon's younger brother was out of his depth, stung by the Emperor's criticism, humiliated when his troops were put under Marshal Davout's command. He resigned his post and returned to Westphalia. The campaign was already beginning to expose serious flaws in Napoleon's plan. Knowing his troops would struggle to move off the land in the region, he'd organized huge supply depots and transport units to feed the army. But wagons rolled slowly along Russia's bad roads, which were turned to rivers of mud by summer thunderstorms. The army had to make frequent stops to allow its supplies to catch up. Bad news for Napoleon's plan to catch the Russians, but a much-needed relief for the many thousands of young conscripts in his army, not used to hard marches day after day. Many
Day after
soon
fucking
dropping out
day.
with exhaustion. Others deserted. There were also huge problems of command and control over a vast multinational army that was 3 times bigger than any Napoleon had commanded.
Tirs
before.
ennemis!
La Grande Armée was famed for its speed of maneuver had become a lumbering beast. After a pause to rest and regroup at Vilnius,
Dobra, już będzie 11 dywizji, 9, 10. Okej.
his retreat to Vitebsk, where he hoped Bagration's second army would be able to join him. But Davout blocked Bagration's path at Saltanovka, forcing him to
Army.
leave Smolensk instead. At Vitebsk, Napoleon clashed with Barclay's rear guard. Once more, the Russians escaped, after setting fire to all the stores they couldn't take with them. Meanwhile, 300 miles away, on Napoleon's southern flank, Russian Third Army attacked and defeated the Saxon 7th Corps, forcing Napoleon to divert Schwarzenberg's Austrian Corps to their aid. By the end of July, Napoleon had advanced 250 miles into Russia, much further than he'd planned. And the long marches in extreme summer heat continued to take a heavy toll on his men. Without fighting a major battle, the army had already suffered 20% casualties from exhaustion and illness,
Breakthrough.
particularly typhus and dysentery. The army had entered Russia with 250,000 horses, but they were now dying at a rate of 1,000 every day from exhaustion and lack of fodder.
Infiltration, assault.
It wasn't just cavalry horses that were dying, but the very horses that were supposed to haul the army's transport wagons,
Creepy.
making a bad situation worse. This crisis in horsepower came just as the French light cavalry, Napoleon's eyes and ears, met their match in Russia's Cossacks.
In Russia.
Cossacks, self-reliant, proud, ruthless, and superb horsemen, didn't play by the same rules as other European cavalry. Every day they shadowed Napoleon's army, swooping in whenever they saw an easy target, but melting away into the forests if they were attacked by a
S
stronger
formation
force.
playing.
Cossacks, as well
A,
as
coś muszę wybrać, okej.
made hit-and-run attacks on French supply lines and depots, forcing Napoleon to
Gardez vos
divert
rangs.
thousands of troops to their defense.
Attention.
Alongside Russian regular light cavalry, they also prevented French patrols from carrying out reconnaissance, which meant that Napoleon often lacked good information about roads or the enemy's whereabouts. Napoleon stayed 16 days at Vitebsk, resting his troops and considering his options. Among his many mounting concerns was the security of his long, exposed flanks. But at Vitebsk, he received news that Schwarzenberg had defeated the
Pareil.
Russians at Gorodezhny. A week later at Platz, a French-Bavarian force fought Wittgenstein's Russian First Corps to a standstill. Napoleon's flanks were secure, for now. Although his main force had been reduced to less than half its original strength, Napoleon decided to push on to Smolensk and try to force the Russians
Yay.
to a decisive battle for the city. Barclay was indeed under pressure to give battle from fellow commander Prince Bagration and Emperor Alexander in St. Petersburg.
Gardez vos rangs.
The army's morale and Russia's honor required it.
Loving you like a loving day.
With the first and second Russian armies finally linking up near Smolensk, Barclay decided to attack Napoleon's army, which he believed was concentrated around Rudnya. The offensive was led by General Platov's Cossacks, who surprised a French cavalry division at Inkovo. But alarmed by false reports that Eugene's 4th Corps was outflanking him to the north,
Kurwa, no o.
off the attack. Napoleon, reassured that Barclay's offensive posed no real threat, began a grand outflanking off to the south to take Smolensk
Ooh.
and cut off the Russian retreat. The so-called Smolensk maneuver was Napoleon at his best, using Murat's cavalry to screen his 4 pontoon bridges. By dawn the next day, his army was across. Marshal Davout led a second column across the river at Orsha. But a single Russian division, 27th, fought a heroic fighting retreat from Krasny, delaying the French advance, buying time for Bagration to reinforce the Smolensk garrison. The chance for a surprise assault on the city was lost. And as the Russian army began to pull back, Napoleon displayed an uncharacteristic lack of urgency, even halting the army for a parade to mark his 43rd birthday.
Ground support.
Began 2 days later. Napoleon opted for a frontal assault. 150 French guns battered the city as 3 French corps attacked its medieval fortifications. The Russians resisted bravely, but Barclay, fearing encirclement, ordered another retreat. With Smolensk in flames, the Russians began to pull out. Just as the French fought their way
23 maja, okej.
to scenes of utter devastation.
Utter devastation.
Bagration's second army withdrew first. As Barclay's army followed,
Gardez vos
its
rangs.
rear guard was caught by Ney's third corps at Valutina. General Junot, commanding the Westphalian 8th Corps, had orders to cut off Barclay's retreat. But having crossed the river, he did nothing.
Attention!
Opportunity was lost. A furious
Pas de
Napoleon
pitié.
swore that Junot would never now win his marshal's battle. The Battle of Smolensk
63% panic bonus, kurwa.
destroyed one of Russia's most historic and holy cities, but settled nothing. After the missed chance to defeat the Russians at Smolensk, Napoleon paused once more to consider his options.
Oj, 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 oj.
Far from home, and it was already late in the campaign.
Tsardom of Bulgaria.
He considered sitting out the Russian winter at Smolensk and resuming the campaign in 1813. But now he was just 230 miles from Moscow. A century earlier, Peter the Great had moved Russia's capital to St. Petersburg. But Moscow remained its historic and spiritual heart, a prize for which the Russians had to fight. Napoleon, always a gambler, decided to push on. The Russians faced their own dilemma. Emperor Alexander had experienced a kind of religious epiphany that summer and rallied the Russian people to the country's defense, describing the war with Napoleon as a war to save Holy Mother Russia from the Antichrist. For months, the emperor had received conflicting advice to stand and fight or retreat. Now he decided change was needed. The cautious General Barclay kept his job, but the emperor summoned General Mikhail Kutuzov to take overall command
Pareil.
of Russia's armies. Kutuzov had been beaten by Napoleon at Austerlitz 7 years before, but he'd since won several victories against the Ottoman Empire and was a true Russian, loved by the troops.
True Russian. No jedno przebicie i
He saw that
Teraz
constant
się ma.
retreats were destroying the soldiers and the nation's morale. If Moscow was given up without
Attention.
a battle, the fallout could be disastrous. And so, 70 miles west of
Infrastructure.
the city, near the village of Borodino, the Russian army prepared to make a stand. Europe was about
Gardez
to
vos rangs.
witness the bloodiest day's fighting of the Napoleonic Wars.
Attention!
przyniosą tu chłopaki.
Attention!
September
Na razie na gazie.
10 weeks had passed since Napoleon invaded Russia with more than 500,000 men.
Attention!
The French Emperor wanted a quick victory
Pareil.
over the Russians, one that would force Emperor Alexander to make peace and agree to French terms. But at Vitebsk, and then Smolensk. The outnumbered Russian army had narrowly escaped his clutches. The holy city of Smolensk had been virtually destroyed.
Attention.
Napoleon had advanced deep into Russia, and months of marching had left his army decimated by disease and exhaustion. It was now half its original strength, and summer was nearly over. But finally, 70 miles west of Moscow, near the village of Borodino, the Russians had turned to offer battle. Napoleon would have a chance to win the decisive victory
Attention.
he believed would end the war.
Pareil.
Dobra, w miarę fajnie ich wypalamy.
Army, commanded by the 67-year-old one-eyed veteran General
One-eyed veteran.
occupied a defensive position across the two main roads leading from Smolensk to Moscow. General Barclay de Tolly's First Army was on the right, its front protected by the FRANCJA River, steep-banked but shallow and easily forded. Prince Bagration's Second Army was on the left, a more open position but reinforced by major earthworks, the Great Redoubt, and what the French nicknamed for their shape the flèche, the arrows. Another forward redoubt at Shevardino was expected to delay the enemy's advance. Historians still dispute the size of the Russian army, but it's likely Kutuzov had around 121,000 men and 680 guns at Borodino.
Already know.
The 5th of September, Napoleon's army began to arrive from the west. Around 130,000 men, 585 guns. Napoleon quickly saw that the Shevardino redoubt would have to be taken before he could deploy his army, and ordered an immediate assault.
Gardez vos
The
rangs.
attack was led by Compan's 5th Division of the 1st Corps, supported by the Polish 5th Corps to the south. In several hours of heavy fighting, the redoubt changed hands more than once. But late that evening, the Russians finally withdrew to their main line. The redoubt fell to the French.
Gardez vos rangs.
Its capture had cost them an estimated 4,000 casualties, while the Russians lost around 6,000 men. Napoleon noted how few prisoners were taken, a worrying sign of the enemy's unbroken resolve. Both sides spent the next day preparing for battle. Marshal Davout, commanding French First Corps, widely considered Napoleon's most able subordinate, appealed to the Emperor to use his corps to make a wide
Attention.
flanking attack to the south.
Pareil.
Napoleon dismissed the idea as too
O,
risky. Instead,
400 wyciągał.
massive frontal assault on the Russian defenses.
Kurwa no.
Shortly after dawn on the 7th of September, Orthodox priests paraded one of Russia's before the Russian army. It was a stirring sight for many devout Russian soldiers, thousands of whom would not live to see dusk.
Attention.
The battle began at 6 a.m.
Gardez vos
as
rangs.
French batteries opened a deafening cannonade against the Russian defenses. Eugene's 4th Corps
Attention.
advanced on Borodino village, lightly held by Jaegers
Gardez
of the
vos rangs.
Russian Imperial Guard. After clearing the village, his infantry crossed the
Ale mikro, kurwa,
advanced
potężny.
towards the Great Redoubt, but were driven back with heavy losses. The Russians burned the bridge across the river, but did
Dobra,
not
tu trzeba będzie ich
counter-attack.
przeciąć.
Attention.
Eugene was able to move cannon into the village to put flanking fire on the Great Redoubt.
Pas de pitié.
In the center, Davout's first corps began its advance against the Fletch,
Attention.
coming under heavy fire.
A to oni muszą zaatakować dopiero wtedy, bo tak to nie łapie
Gardez
tego.
vos rangs.
Got held up in the woods and fields. Their slow advance allowed Tuchov's third corps to send a division north to reinforce the Fletch defenses.
Attention.
Kutuzov and his headquarters in Górę took little part in the battle, leaving tactical decisions
Pareil.
to his subordinates. Barclay and Bagration had spent most of the summer arguing furiously over strategy. But in the hour of crisis, they put their differences aside. They could see the main French attack was falling on the Russian center and left. So Barclay ordered General Radovout's Second Corps south to reinforce Bagration. Fighting around the Fletch intensified as the French captured one of the earthworks, only to be driven out by a Russian counterattack. Davout himself was injured in the fighting as he fell from his dying horse, but he refused to leave the field. When Russian cavalry counterattacked, Marshal Murat himself led the French cavalry forward to meet them. Ney's Third Corps now joined the attack on the Fletch. A charge by Russian cuirassiers forced Murat to take shelter in a square of Württemberg infantry. Reckless courage had now even
Pareil.
made a name for himself among the Russians.
Attention.
In particular, saw him as a kindred spirit, eager to capture him alive if they could.
Pareil.
To the south, Polish troops now took Dziękuję, which the Russians set ablaze before withdrawing.
Shit blaze.
General Bagavout's reinforcements arrived just in
Blaze.
time to shore up the Russian flank. Around 10 a.m., Eugène launched another attack
Gardez
on
vos
the
rangs.
Great Redoubt. It was briefly captured by
Gardez vos rangs.
Davout's first division, before his men were thrown
No i fajnie się wybijamy. O Jezus.
Russian armies.
Puść to, panie.
Artillery
Gardez vos rangs.
commander General Kutuzov was killed leading one of these counterattacks.
Attention.
But a blow to the organization of Russian artillery for the rest of the day.
Organization.
Attention.
Fighting continued to
Bougez-vous.
rage around the Fletch earthworks. Some counted as many as 6 major French assaults, involving 45,000 troops, with hundreds of cannon on both sides, pouring fire into the packed ranks. More than once, French infantry fought their way into one of the Russian positions, only to be driven out again at bayonet point. Junot's west
8 dziennie się robi.
was
okej.
sent forward in support, helping to clear Russian skirmishers from the woods to the south.
Attention.
General Bagration was close to the action, overseeing the defense of the Fletch,
Gardez vos rangs.
leading forward reinforcements and ordering
Gardez vos
counterattacks.
rangs.
Around 10 a.m., he was hit
Attention.
by shell fragments. Mortally wounded, he was captured.
Mortally wounded.
Shaken by the loss of their
Cześć.
iconic commander,
Jasny.
exhausted Russian infantry began to fall back. The French finally took the Fletch. Marshal Murat then led forward Friant's division, First Corps' last reserve, supported by waves of heavy cavalry on both flanks. Russian grenadiers formed squares to ward off the French adversaries. Their own guard cavalry fought the French in a giant confused melee. Heavy losses on both sides. The Russians resisted doggedly, but the combined onslaught of French artillery, cavalry, and infantry proved irresistible. As the Russians pulled back, Friant's infantry fought their way into the village of Semyenovskia. The Russian center was in disarray and seemed close to breaking. Surely now It was the time for Napoleon to deliver the knockout blow. Napoleon remained at his headquarters near Chevredeneau. Those around him later said that illness, as well as the exertions of the long campaign, had left him tired and irritable. As the Russian center buckled, Murat and his staff urged him to send forward his last reserve, the Imperial Guard. The Emperor refused. If there is another battle
Infantry.
tomorrow, he asked them, where is my army? But he did make one exception. Darwin was continuing to move troops from his unengaged right wing to bolster the center. As Tolstoy's 4th Corps arrived behind the Russian center, French observers feared they were massing for an attack. So Napoleon ordered forward General Sorbier's Guard artillery. His batteries opened a devastating fire on the enemy.
His batteries.
They were mown down in their ranks. Russian infantry stood their ground.
Gardez vos rangs.
On the Russian right wing, all remained
Pas de pitié.
So General Platov, commander of the Don Cossacks, proposed that he lead an attack on the lightly defended Borodino village. Permission received, Generals Platov and Uvarov led a force of 8,000 Cossacks and cavalry across the Kalacha River. They fell on French and
Continuez
Italian
l'attaque.
troops around Borodino with complete surprise, spreading panic
Continuez
and
l'attaque.
disorder. Grouchy's 3rd Cavalry Corps had to be pulled back
Kurwa.
across the river to drive off the Russians.
Spipi.
Russian commanders saw this raid as a missed opportunity, but it had delayed the next French attack by 2 hours, and may have persuaded Napoleon that he was
Attention.
right to hold back his reserve. Around 3 p.m., the French launched their biggest assault yet on the Great Redoubt. Russian
Indian
gunners
tank.
advancing to their front, allowing French cavalry to outflank the redoubt, charging from the rear.
Attention.
Saxon cavalry were first in, cutting down Russian infantry and gunners.
Tracking down.
Attention.
An astonishing feat by the horsemen
Bougez-vous.
against all the rules of war, testament to the ferocity of the fighting. As O'Donnell's infantry consolidated their hold on the redoubt, he ordered forward all the available cavalry to
Attention.
exploit this success. But they were met and checked by the last Russian cavalry reserves. Eugene now implored Napoleon to commit the Imperial Guard. But
Imperial Guard.
The Emperor refused. I will not destroy my guard, he told his staff. I am 800 leagues from France, and I will not risk my last reserve. By 5 p.m., both armies were in a state of utter exhaustion. The battlefield was strewn with dead. Some infantry battalions could muster only a third of their strength. Cavalry could advance no faster than a trot. Gun crews were collapsing with fatigue. As dusk approached, fighting slowly died out across the battlefield. Napoleon and the French army expected the fighting to resume the next day. But by dawn, Kutuzov, having learned the full, horrifying scale of Russian losses,
Chyba nie.
withdrawal. The losses on both sides were enormous. Russian casualties are estimated at 44,000. French losses around 30,000, including 49 generals. 12 of them killed. Borodino would prove to be the bloodiest single
No ja, dobra.
of the Napoleon.
XP.
Gardez vos rangs.
Until it had received major reinforcements. And so Kutuzov decided that he
Pareil.
must abandon Moscow.
Pas de pitié.
A week after his victory at Borodino, Napoleon entered the city.
Attention.
He would find it virtually deserted. Ready. The first fires started to burn. The 15th of September, 1812. 83 days after invading Russia, a week after his costly victory at Borodino, Napoleon entered Moscow. He expected to be greeted by dignitaries, formally offering the city's surrender. Instead, he discovered that 90% of Moscow's inhabitants had fled. A fire had started the previous night and was blamed on drunken soldiers. But over the next 48 hours, fires continued to break out across Moscow, until most of the city was ablaze. Count Fyodor Rostopchin, the city's governor, had ordered that Moscow be destroyed rather than allowed to fall into enemy hands. Now fires were being started deliberately.
Pareil.
Acting on police orders,
Gardez vos rangs.
French soldiers rounded up and shot any
Attention.
Infrastructure.
Gardez vos rangs.
4 days, 2/3 of Moscow
Pareil.
was destroyed.
Gardez vos rangs.
Fires finally under control. Napoleon's
You-
soldiers
you- you-
systematically looting the city. While from his new quarters,
Attention.
Emperor Alexander in St. Petersburg, inviting him to make peace.
Thank you to war.
Gardez vos rangs. Attention.
Confident that Alexander would eventually negotiate. But
Business.
as days passed, he grew increasingly
Great business, man. Great business.
Cossack raids were disrupting his vital
Attention.
communications with Paris, as well as the arrival of supplies.
Bougez-vous.
The steady attrition of French
Pareil.
forces and Russian reinforcements. Napoleon was outnumbered for the first time.
Kurwa, 800 wyciągnąłem.
Rumors also reached him that his reluctant allies, Russia and Austria, were in secret talks with his enemies. Napoleon had closed with the army of winter in Moscow. That looked too dangerous. But he accepted that the army would have to move back
Oh.
to find safe winter quarters.
Production efficiency cap.
Napoleon knew how severe Russian winters could be, but continued to put off his departure, reassured by fine October weather, and hoping that at the last minute there might be a message from Alexander offering peace. It never came. On the 13th of October, the first light snow fell. 5 days later, Kutuzov launched a surprise attack. Murat's advance guard at Vinkova and defeated it. Napoleon, stung into action, gave the order for the army to leave Moscow the next day.
Taką gigadywizję zrobili. Wow.
Left Moscow in a column 10 miles long, with an estimated 40,000 carriages and carts. There were women and children too, army wives and the vivandières, the women who cooked for the soldiers, as well as some civilians. Every wagon and pack was stuffed with as much food and loot as possible. As he set off, Sergeant Bourgogne of the Imperial Guard made an inventory of his pack. It contained several pounds of sugar, some rice, some biscuits, half a bottle of liqueur, a woman's Chinese silk dress, silver, several
Gardez vos rangs.
silver ornaments, of Ivan the Great. Besides these,
Pareil.
large riding cloak, 2 silver pictures of relief,
Attention.
all in the finest weapon. Also several pockets,
Gardez vos rangs.
the prince's spittoon, set with precious stones.
Precious
Wore over my
stones.
shirt a yellow silk waistcoat, which I had made myself out of a woman's skirt. Over that, a large cape lined with ermine, and a large pouch hung at my side by a silver cord. This was full of various things, amongst them a crucifix in gold and silver, and a little Chinese porcelain vase. Then, firearms, powder flask, and 60 cartridges in the box. This heavily encumbered army did not yet realize
Attention.
Oh man!
Pareil.
Jeszcze jakby oni zaatakowali infanterię, dywizjon. Było zajebiście.
Pareil.
outnumbered force at Polotsk, and drawing Victor's 9th
Polak?
corps
O ja pierdolę.
support them.
Polak, Paliak.
To the south,
Pareil.
Pom, pom, pom.
Warsaw. The corridor was closing. And then was the weather. The Napoleon
Continue l'attaque.
his army entered quarters in Smolensk in 2 days, well before more extreme temperatures were due to hit. Napoleon planned to withdraw via Kaluga, through unspoilt country where the army could forage for supplies. But
Forage.
Kutuzov sent General Dokhturov's 6th Corps to block the road at Maloyaroslavets.
Okej się.
Fighting Italian troops of Eugene's 4th Corps, the Russians out of town. It was a hard-won victory, reminiscent of the fight at Borodino.
60.
Now stood between Napoleon and Kaluga. Napoleon now took the unusual step of conferring with his marshals. And after discussing various
Co medium? To nie. Trzeba będzie, wiecie co zrobić? Wycofać.
they would retreat the way they'd come, along the Smolensk road. Napoleon had hoped to avoid this route, as it meant marching back through country already stripped bare of supplies. The day
Nie.
after fighting at Maloyaroslavets, Napoleon was nearly captured by a group of Cossacks, and saved only by General Rapp's charge at the head of his escort. After this close shave, Napoleon had a phial of poison, which he carried around his neck in case of capture.
Case of capture.
Napoleon's army set off on its new course, shadowed at a respectful distance
Pareil.
by Kutuzov's army to the south. They passed the old battlefield of Borodino.
Attention.
Grisly, unnerving sight, where crows pecked at half-buried corpses. Relentless marching quickly began to tire out men and horses. A few days later, the temperature fell
Usually.
below freezing. The army's overworked, starving horses died en masse. Discipline began to break down, as some drivers simply dumped the sick and wounded by the road
Irem of Latvia.
to ensure their own survival.
XPP.
As the French column became increasingly strung out, General Miloradovich, commanding Kutuzov's advance guard, fell on Davout's rear guard outside Vyazma. In a few hours, Davout's first corps was cut off until Eugene and Ney.
Very hot. Very fucking hot.
Street fighting in Vyazma.
Attention.
The French hastily evacuated the burning town. For the soldiers of the Grande Armée, so unaccustomed to retreats and routes, The asthma was an alarming, demoralizing blow.
Kurwa, komputer na 1000% chodzi.
On the 4th of November, it began to snow heavily. The next night, temperatures plummeted to -20 degrees centigrade. Few men or women had proper winter clothing or access to shelter. Many froze to death overnight.
Loving you.
The next morning, wagons
Attention.
and guns were opened. Many soldiers
Bum.
saved themselves,
Dobra, trzeba będzie się tu przebić do Nanchang.
Pareil.
stealing horses and food, and leaving the colony to
Attention.
scour the countryside for supplies. Many of these foragers were
Pas de pitié.
Cossacks. Some cut down or lanced. Others
W rezerwach
lost every
Speak,
possession
PP.
left to free.
Jak oni mają, czekajcie.
In a few cases, they were handed
Niż,
over
inicjatyw. O, 10% dopiero, to będę musiał, kurde.
to foreign invaders.
Dobra,
All they held.
to trzeba będzie rozwinąć.
Army struggled on through blizzards.
Gardez vos rangs.
Ordered James' Fourth Corps to strike out for Vitebsk, where there were large French supplies.
Attention.
But Vitebsk had already fallen to the Russians. Fourth Corps was too weak to fight its way through,
Ja pierdolę, co ja zrobiłem?
Pas de pitié.
minus its artillery and most of its baggage. A colonel who saw Fourth Corps at this stage described men without
Pareil.
shoes, almost without clothes, exhausted and famished,
Marzy, no.
sleeping on their knees,
Pareil.
and only rousing themselves out of this stupor, grill slices
Gardez
of
vos rangs.
meat or melt bits of ice. Just 3 weeks after leaving Moscow, a third of the
Bougez-vous.
army was dead or captured. Half the rest formed a growing army of stragglers,
Gardez vos rangs.
men without units, prepared to fight only to survive. Napoleon reached Smolensk on the 9th of November.
It's the why the unit so
First troops into town ransacked the supply depots, leaving nothing for those who followed, including
chyba do it. Okay.
which arrived 6 days later. Napoleon had hoped to make Smolensk his winter base, but the state of the army and lack of supplies meant the retreat had to continue. But the 5 days he spent there gave Kutuzov time to circle ahead and prepare an ambush. When the French retreat resumed, he struck 30 miles west of Smolensk.
Attention.
In 3 days of desperate fighting and knee-deep snow, Napoleon used his Imperial Guard to hold open the road. As
Attention.
Wayne and Davout's corps fought their way through the ambush with heavy losses. 2 regiments of the young
Gardez vos
Guard
rangs.
were ordered to make a sacrificial counterattack to keep the Russians at bay. They were virtually annihilated. Kutuzov held back many of his troops and was blamed for not trying to destroy Napoleon's army when he had the chance.
Wyszymiło.
It's possible he was concerned that the number of raw conscripts in his own army also suffered terrible freezing conditions.
Kurwa.
Not every French corps broke through at Krasny. Marshal Ney and his 6,000-strong rear guard arrived on the 18th of
Pareil.
November to find the road blocked by 60,000 Russian troops, and no sign of the promised support from Davout's First Corps.
Pareil.
First call.
Men hurled themselves against the Russian lines with desperate courage, but were mown down. Rejecting several invitations to surrender, Ney led the survivors in a daring night crossing of the Dnieper River. Then across 45 miles of open country under constant attack from Platov's Cossacks to reach Orsha. By the time Ney rejoined the army, his rear guard was down to just 800  100 fighting men, leading a column of
Air
7,000
support.
stragglers.
O, River Crossing 68 minus.
With 30,000,
31%, okej.
Marshal Victor's 9th Corps. And from the south, Admiral Chichagov's army of Moldavia, 34,000.
Attention!
General Osterzaken, 30,000. France and Austrians, Renier's Saxons.
Charles de Gaulle plus 10 minus 10.
Napoleon was heading for Minsk, a major French supply base with vast stores of the food, clothing, shoes and ammunition that his army so desperately needed. But on the 21st of November, disastrous news arrived.
Pracy. Kurwa.
Minsk had fallen to Chichagov. He then marched on Borisov, driven out the Polish garrison, and captured its bridge over the Berezina River.
Wow, to się przyda. Jasny chuj, ale zajebiste.
By rights, the Berezina ought to have frozen
Gardez vos rangs.
solid by now, so Napoleon could have crossed anywhere. But a sudden thaw had turned the river into a torrent of ice and freezing water.
Attention!
Napoleon
Bougez-vous.
was at least joined by the hard-fighting Marshal Oudinot and his 2nd Corps, which hadn't suffered as badly as the main column of its retreat. Oudinot launched an immediate counterattack. Borisov retook the town, but couldn't stop the Russians burning the bridge. With no other bridge for miles in either direction, it seemed Napoleon's exhausted army was finally doomed. But there was one sliver of hope. Polish cavalry had found a ford across the river, near the village of Studienka. Napoleon issued a flurry of orders. 2nd Corps was to fake preparations for a river crossing south of Borisov. Victor's 9th Corps, arriving from the north, was to form a rear guard east of Studienka to hold the Russians at bay, while engineers worked as quickly as possible to build pontoon bridges across the river, win Napoleon's army a fighting chance of escape. On the afternoon of the 25th of November, General Eblay's Dutch engineers began building two 300-foot pontoon bridges across the Berezina River. They worked day and night, sometimes chest deep in freezing water, and completed
Chest
both
fucking
bridges
deep.
in less than 24 hours. Few of the engineers survived. Totally fooled by the diversion south of Borisov, but was moving his troops south to face it, allowing Napoleon's army to begin crossing its rickety bridges virtually unopposed. Oudinot's 2nd Corps led the way to secure a bridgehead, followed the next day by the remnants of the main army.
Attention!
Attention.
Priority was given to formed troops, still able to fight.
Gardez vos rangs.
For the time being, the army's vast crowd of stragglers remained on the far bank.
Gardez vos rangs.
By the time Chichagov realized his mistake and began moving north, Napoleon had troops in place to defend the crossing. On the other hand, General Partonneux's 12,000, 4,000
O cholera.
formed the rear. As Platov's Cossacks approached from the east, the vanguard of Kutuzov's main army, Partonneux tried to rejoin 9th Corps. But caught in a swirling blizzard, with visibility down to 50 meters, he marched straight into Wittgenstein's army. his entire division
La 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 la.
were captured.
Ja jeszcze nie będę tego robił, myślę.
The next morning, Życzę and Wittgenstein launched coordinated attacks on both sides of the river. There was desperate fighting on the west bank, where Marshal Oudinot was, yet again, seriously wounded, but his Swiss infantry held the line, until General Dumerc's cuirassiers, the army's last heavy cavalry, charged and routed the Russians. At great cost, Polish and German troops of Victor's rear guard
Attention.
held off the Russians until dark, then pulled back across the bridges.
Oj, Prago, cross the bridges. Dobra, tu się jeszcze poprzebijamy, tu mamy fajnie.
Officers had been trying
Tego
to get
typu.
across the bridges and they weren't being used. But with temperatures reaching -30 centigrade, they'd preferred to
Bot kurwa nie myśli, to jest najgorsze. Więc porobić jakieś te tygesy, śmegesy, to...
Attention.
29th. With the army leaving and the
Gardez
Russians
vos rangs.
approaching, thousands of stragglers sat towards the bridges. Dozens were crushed on foot. Others fell or were pushed into the water or tried to swim, which was certain death. When French engineers burned the bridges at 9 a.m., thousands were cut off and left to the mercy of the advancing Cossacks. Some became prisoners. Others were simply put out of their misery.
Rosja.
Since the retreat began, 43
Pytam
days,
Slowie,
the Grand
ogon
Army
i siła.
marched nearly 500 miles under constant attack.
Dobra, to może chłopaki z artą.
And for the last 23 days, in lethal sub-zero temperatures, without proper clothing or shelter. In that time, the fighting strength of the Grande Armée had been reduced from around 124,000 men to 20,000,
Attention.
with as many stragglers still following the army. As the retreat continued to Vilna, the weather turned even worse, the temperatures falling to -37 degrees centigrade. The Russian armies, at least now, held back.
Attention.
In winter, the Cossacks, Russian peasants, would finish off the invaders.
Finish off the invaders. Kuźwa.
On the 5th of December,
Pareil.
Napoleon left the army, traveling incognito across Europe at breakneck speed, and reaching
Ja
Paris
pierdolę, 700, widzicie to?
Attention. Attention.
did regard it as an act of betrayal. But his generals supported his decision to leave. There were already been one attempted coup against him in Paris. There was much work to be done to rebuild the army and reassure France's allies.
Attention.
On the 9th of December, 51
Gardez vos
days
rangs.
after the retreat began, around 20,000 ragged survivors of the Grande
Ale godzisko. Kurwa macie, jednostki na mapie się poruszają.
Polish territory.
Attention.
According to legend, Marshal
Attention.
was the last man to cross.
Attention.
Napoleon's invasion
Gardez vos rangs.
proved to be one of the greatest military disasters in history.
Gardez vos rangs.
He had made fatal miscalculations about geography, logistics, and above all, Russia's political and strategic response to his invasion.
Najgorsze jest to, że nie można cofnąć tych
Million men,
ochotników. No to jest tak bez sensu, mechanika moim zdaniem, ale...
Attention.
but another way. Of every 12 men who marched into Russia with the Grande Armée,
Attention.
wounds. 2 were taken prisoner, one of whom died in captivity. 7 died from disease or the effects of climate. Just 2 returned alive. Contrary to myth, many more soldiers had died in the summer advance from heat, typhus and dysentery than were lost in the winter retreat. Russian military casualties were estimated at 150,000, a huge but unknown number of civilian deaths. The Russian campaign was a catastrophe for Napoleon. Not just in lost troops and resources, but in damage to prestige and reputation. That winter, all his enemies sensed weakness and prepared to join forces against him. But the Emperor wasn't going down without a fight. Back in Paris, he admitted to his ministers, "Fortune has dazzled me.
Gardez vos rangs.
I've let it lead me astray. Instead of following
Gardez vos
my
rangs.
plan to Moscow, I thought I'd make peace there, but I stayed too long. I made a grave mistake, but I'll have the means to repair it."
No i tu nie ma w ogóle lotniska, no kurwa.
Attention. Bougez-vous.
1812 had been a disastrous year for Napoleon.
Arrêt.
His invasion of Russia had led to the almost total destruction of an army of 500,000.
Pas de pitié.
Now Poland and Germany were wide open to Russian attack. Some advised Emperor Alexander that this was the time to make a favorable peace with Napoleon. Russia's own armies had been mauled.
Attention.
Western Russia devastated.
Attention.
Alexander was determined to see Napoleon defeated for good, free Europe from his clutches, and avenge Moscow's destruction by taking Paris. Napoleon's allies were deserting him. Prussian troops had already agreed a truce with the Russians. Schwarzenberg's corps marched back to
Gardez vos
Moscow,
rangs.
pursuing a policy of watchful
Attention.
Napoleon had left Marshal Murat
Gardez vos rangs.
for the Kingdom of Naples, hoping to cut a deal with the Allies that would let him keep his throne.
In multiple combat.
He was replaced by Napoleon's stepson, Eugene, who'd proved himself a brave and able soldier in Russia.
Gardez vos rangs.
Unused to independent command.
Laj, 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 laj.
4-1. As Russian forces advanced through Poland,
Gardez vos rangs.
continued to retreat west, leaving garrisons to hold strategic fortresses, most of which were soon besieged. On the 7th of February, Russian troops entered Warsaw unopposed. Napoleon's Polish client state, the Duchy of Warsaw, effectively ceased to exist. 3 weeks later, Russian troops entered Berlin, while Sweden joined the Allies. Sweden was ruled by Napoleon's former Marshal Bernadotte, now officially known as Crown Prince Karl Johann. Many would accuse him of betraying Napoleon, but he'd always been clear that once he became Sweden's Crown Prince, he'd pursue Swedish interests, which is what he now claimed to do. In exchange for Norway,
Tu, 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 tu.
his ally Denmark, and £1 million from Britain,
Attention.
Bernadotte agreed to join what was now the 6th coalition against France since the Revolution. An army of 30,000 troops.
Gardez vos rangs.
10 months
Bougez-vous.
later, King Frederick William of Prussia declared war on France. It followed weeks of indecision.
Gardez vos rangs.
He was widely seen as a weak character, terrified of Napoleon. But with
Gardez
guarantees
vos
of
rangs.
Russian military support, the return of less
Attention.
and enormous financial and material aid from Britain, he agreed to field men.
Attention.
On the 17th of March, he issued a proclamation to the people of Prussia and Germany.
Russia and Germany.
My people, summoning them to fight for Prussia and Germany's honor in what would soon be known as the German War of Liberation. The Russian army had been greatly reformed since its humiliating defeat to Napoleon in 1806. A military commission headed by General von Scharnhorst had sacked nearly 200 old generals and abolished flogging, expanded recruitment, and introduced exams for officers. And training, tactics, and drill. When Napoleon met the new Prussian army in battle 2 months later, he remarked, "These animals have learned something." Small consolation.
Oj, 35 dni, kurwa, tak się robi, kurwa, te.
Attention. Gardez vos rangs.
No i od razu oni wchodzą do bitwy, to jest coś pięknego, kurwa.
Is massed in Germany. Napoleon was in Paris,
Gardez vos rangs.
tirelessly to build a new army with which to face them. 137,000 new conscripts joined the army. Laws passed to call up 100,000 more, while 40,000 veterans from the army in Spain, 16,000 Marines, and 80,000 men of the National Guard, a home defense force, were transferred to Germany. The new conscripts were nicknamed Marie Louises, after Napoleon's young wife, who passed the new conscription rolls in his absence. They were young and raw. 2/3 were teenagers, and there was a severe lack of experienced officers and
Allez.
NCOs. In short, the countless irreplaceable veterans.
Attention.
Pierdolony.
Soil. There was also a critical shortage of cavalry, a crisis mocked by British satirists. It would take Napoleon longer to replace
Ło,
the many
kurwa.
thousands of horses and trained horsemen who perished in Russia. When Napoleon left Paris for
pierdolę.
Germany in mid-April, the French situation was precarious. The dead had been forced back behind the river Elbe to the fortified city of Magdeburg.
Pareil.
Dresden, the capital of Saxony, had fallen to the Prussians. The Duchy of Mecklenburg-Schwerin became the
Max.
first German state to defect from Napoleon's confederation of the Rhine. The Russian Cossacks raided as far as Hanover, inspiring local revolts against French occupying forces. Meanwhile,
Hello, Sean.
stood on the sidelines,
How you doing, mate?
inclining to back either side. Napoleon's miraculous feat of organization meant he now had more than 200,000 troops in Germany. And the emperor's
Gardez vos
personal
rangs.
magnetism was undimmed. The morale of his army
Pareil.
was high.
Pareil.
On the other hand, lost their iconic commander, Field Marshal Kutuzov, to pneumonia on the 28th of April. His role was taken over by General Wittgenstein. Russian troops were exhausted, far from home. Their army weakened by the need to come
Are you using any mods? Yes, a couple of them. To be honest.
and Sweden had yet to fully mobilize their strength, and Allied forces had barely mustered 100,000 men. They were now heavily outnumbered by Napoleon. The French Emperor decided to strike quickly. He ordered Marshal Davout to Hamburg, 35,000 men, to secure his northern flank. He would march against the Russian and Prussian forces converging on Leipzig to force a decisive battle. Victory would make Austria think twice about joining the Allies, allow him to rescue the 90,000 men trapped in garrisons across Germany and Poland, and re-establish his dominance over Europe.
Tu. Jego można zamienić.
As Napoleon advanced on Leipzig, the Allies faced a difficulty. To risk battle against Napoleon's larger army, they would give up Germany.
Aircraft. Manufacturer.
Devastating
To się przyda.
morale,
Infrastructure railways.
Austria over to their cause. Allied
Pig.
bold decision to attack. They knew most of Napoleon's
Attention.
army was made up of raw conscripts, but their own troops were better trained and had a great superiority in cavalry and artillery. The Allies agreed that as Napoleon crossed the Saale River, they would hit his right flank before he could concentrate the full mass of his forces. The two armies were on a collision course, but Napoleon's shortage of cavalry meant he lacked information about Allied movements. On the 1st of May, Marshal Bessières, commanding the cavalry in Murat's absence, was carrying out reconnaissance himself. He was hit by a cannonball, killed instantly. Bessières was the second of Napoleon's marshals to be
Napoleon's fucking
and like Lannes,
fucking.
an old comrade and trusted.
Attention.
The Allies were able to surprise Napoleon, falling on
Kurwa, nie mogę
Ney's
spojrzeć.
Third Corps near Lutzen. Ney's
Attention.
troops had to cling on in the face of a Russian and Prussian onslaught, while Napoleon rapidly redirected his other corps.
Gardez vos rangs.
Allies' flanks.
Gardez vos rangs.
At one stage, Napoleon had to personally help rally routed troops as they broke in the face of
1000
returning
XPP.
Prussian assaults.
Gardez vos rangs.
But on the whole, his young conscripts fought with courage. Despite hours of savage fighting, Wittgenstein could not exploit
Attention.
his early advantage. As
Pas de
French
pitié.
reinforcements arrived, the battle turned against him. Towards dusk, the Allies were forced to break off the engagement.
No i gdzie ja tu zrobię coś?
With around 22,000 casualties, losing just half as many men.
Nie, dobra, tu coś
General
jest.
von Scharnhorst, mortally wounded, was among them. Crucially, Napoleon's lack of cavalry meant he was unable to pursue the enemy, who retreated in good order. Expecting the Prussians to fall back on Berlin, Napoleon sent Marshal Ney in pursuit, while he continued east. But the Allied army stayed together, withdrawing to a defensive position
XPP.
at Bautzen, deliberately close to the Austrian
Gardez vos rangs.
border, hoping to entice Schwarzenberg to
Attention.
intervene, and daring Napoleon to
Repli.
violate Austrian neutrality.
Neutrality.
Neither happened. Instead, Napoleon ordered Ney to swing south to fall on the Allies' northern flank, while he launched a frontal assault to pin them in place.
Gardez vos rangs.
The battle lasted 2 days, as French infantry struggled forward against the Prussian and Russian lines.
Lay, 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 lay. Lay, 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 lay.
Escape Napoleon's.
Paratroopers. I mean,
Once more, the Allies fought with great determination,
Lend-Lease.
many more losses than they suffered. There were more casualties during the pursuit, including the next day General Duroc, Grand Marshal of the Palace, responsible for Napoleon's personal arrangements, and his closest surviving friend. Riding with Napoleon's staff, a freak cannon shot ricocheted off a tree.
18, okej.
Fouled him. His slow
Konwoje.
deeply upset Napoleon.
Gardez vos rangs.
Emperor continued his pursuit to Breslau, once again
Gardez vos rangs.
hindered by his lack of experienced cavalry, while Oudinot was sent north to take Berlin, and was held at Luckau by von Bülow's Prussian corps. On the 2nd of June, with both sides strained to breaking point, neutral Austria proposed a ceasefire, which, to the surprise of many, Napoleon accepted.
Okej.
The armistice of Plaswitz would last more than 2 months. Intense diplomacy and military mobilization by both sides. Napoleon wanted time to rebuild his cavalry, shortage of which allowed the Allies to escape twice. But he also wanted to keep Austria on side, which he feared might join the Allies with 200,000 troops. Even though Emperor Francis I was now his father-in-law, since Napoleon's marriage to his
Czekajcie.
Louise in 1810. Austrian foreign
Coś chyba pojebałem.
who'd become one of 19th century Europe's most influential statesmen, now took center stage. Metternich wanted peace and to see Austria restored as a great European power,
Kurwa.
which meant Napoleon contained, but not crushed, which would
Gardez
give too
vos rangs.
much power to Russia. In June, he travelled to Dresden to ask Napoleon to make concessions, while promising the Allies that if he did not, Austria would join them.
Paré.
But Napoleon dismissed Metternich's terms out of hand. He would not return the Illyrian provinces to Austria, agree to the repartition of Poland, or the breakup of the Confederation of the Rhine. All were out of the question. Napoleon famously threw his hat to the ground in fury. Peace and war lie in your Majesty's hands.
Tego nie mogę kurwa wykorzystać.
warned him.
Czekajcie.
Today you can still make peace.
Bo mogę korzystać z ich tych. Jasny chuj.
But Napoleon preferred war to what he called a humiliating peace.
Trzydziestego marca.
On the 12th of August 1813, Austria joined the Sixth Coalition and declared war on France.
Attention.
The Allies now had a numerical advantage of 3-2, and a new strategy, the Trachenberg Plan. Recognizing Napoleon's genius, the Allies would avoid battle
Kurwa.
with the Emperor and instead target his marshals, threaten his flanks, and wear down the French forces until it was time to close in for the kill. Over the next few months, the
O chuj chodzi z
would
tym
also
cruisem
receive
submarine.
massive material support from Britain, including £8 million in silver and gold coin, 200 cannon with transport, 120,000 firearms, 18 million rounds of ammunition, 23,000 barrels of gunpowder, 30,000 swords and sabers, 150,000 uniforms,
Co?
175,000
Range?
boots, 1.5
A range mi niepotrzebny, kurwa.
biscuit and flour, and 20,000
Wow.
gallons of
Nie wiem, może jakieś takie dzikie mieli teorie, nie? Czy teorie, kurwa, jak to powiedzieć.
1813.
Dzikie podejście do...
Attention.
Today, worth around $500 million. Napoleon, meanwhile, had turned Dresden into a major supply depot, strengthened his cavalry army, though it remained a pale shadow of its glorious past. Murat returned,
Gardez vos rangs.
his secret approach to the Allies having been rebuffed.
No i tu się wbijemy, okej.
King Joseph's disastrous defeat to Wellington's
Paré.
Spanish Battle of Victoria.
Pod jak zwykle nic nie robi, kurwa.
Best commanders to salvage the situation.
Tego typu.
On the 15th of August, Napoleon left Dresden and advanced against what he considered the most urgent threat. The joint Prussian army of Silesia, commanded by General Gerhard von Blücher, soon to win the nickname Marshal Vorwärts, Marshal Forwards, for his aggressive leadership.
Attention.
from Marshal Sincere,
Zaraz mi rozjebie coś.
20,000 men, that Schwarzenberg's
Chojraki z artą.
army of Bohemia was approaching. The city and its supplies were in danger. Napoleon left Marshal MacDonald to keep an eye on Blücher and raced back to Dresden, sending Van Damme's First Corps to threaten Schwarzenberg's communications. By the time the Allied assault began, enough reinforcements had arrived to fight off the attack.
A oni ja tu przerabiałem, aha, debil.
The next day, despite being heavily outnumbered, Napoleon ordered a counterattack. Struggling through mud and heavy rain, Marshal Murat's advance, supported by Victor's Second Corps, broke the Allied left flank and took 13,000 prisoners. The Allies had suffered a disastrous defeat because they'd ignored their own rule. Don't take on Napoleon in battle. But news soon arrived that turned the situation on its head. Marshal Oudinot had resumed his advance on Berlin with 66,
Rosja.
but in 3 days of heavy combat around Grossberg,
Paré.
he was defeated by Bernadotte's Army of the North.
Bougez-vous.
Some of the most savage fighting was between Napoleon's Saxon
Gardez vos
allies
rangs.
and von Bülow's Prussians,
Attention.
German states that for now remained on opposing sides. 3 days
Gardez vos
later,
rangs.
at the Katzbach River,
Bougez-vous.
inflicted a crushing defeat on Marshal MacDonald, driving some French troops into the river itself.
Attention.
MacDonald lost 30,000 men, 3 eagles
Dobra, jak atakujecie, to już.
for Blücher's 22,000 casualties. 3 days after Napoleon's victory at Dresden, as Van Damme's corps pursued the Allies, it became trapped in wooded valleys around Kulm and was overrun. General Van Damme himself was dragged from his horse by Cossacks, as he and 10,000 of his men were made prisoner. Napoleon sent Ney to take over from Oudinot, who engaged Bülow's Prussian corps at Dennewitz. The Prussians, fighting to save Berlin, held their own until Russian and Swedish reinforcements arrived to turn the battle decisively in the Allies' favor. Ney's retreat became a rout, with the loss of another 22,000 men.
Gardez vos rangs.
Napoleon's brilliant victory at Dresden had been
Gardez
completely
vos rangs.
overturned in just 10 days. The Allied plan was working. Napoleon became increasingly frustrated as Allied armies withdrew wherever he advanced.
Attention.
Dobra, wbijamy się do stolicy. Myślę, że oni pękną. Albo jeszcze Bais.
Were exhausted
Trzeba będzie przejąć.
marching.
Gardez vos rangs.
Famished, as Saxony had been stripped bare of supplies. Thousands fell sick. Thousands more deserted. Russian and Prussian light troops were now operating behind Napoleon's army, harassing his communications with France. Many of Napoleon's marshals advised him to pull back to the River Rhine. But Napoleon wasn't giving up Germany without a fight.
Niu.
By October 1813, Napoleon faced a third of a million Allied troops in Germany, converging on him from 3 directions. 900 miles away, Field Marshal Wellington was crossing the Bidassoa River into France. The first enemy army on French soil in nearly
Rosja.
while the Kingdom of Bavaria, a French ally since the days of
Pytam Slowie. Kopi siła.
sides, and would declare war on France on the 14th of October.
Gardez vos rangs.
Napoleon
Gardez vos
planned
rangs.
to defend the line of the River Elbe.
Attention.
Ale lagi.
Rival General Bennigsen was way across the Elbe at Wartenberg. Napoleon went north with 150,000 men, seeking the decisive battle that would change his fortunes. But once more, Blücher narrowly escaped him. Then came news from Murat, who'd been left with 67,000 men to cover Schwarzenberg. The enemy had bypassed Dresden and was heading for Leipzig.
Ooh.
If the city fell, Napoleon would be cut off from France. Once more, he was advised to fall back to the Rhine. But instead, Napoleon ordered all his forces to concentrate at Leipzig. He would risk everything in one great battle to decide the fate of his empire
Attention.
and the fate of Europe. May 1813. While Napoleon's Grande Armée began its fight back in Central Europe following the disastrous
pitié.
invasion of Russia, 1,200 miles away,
Attention.
at the other end of Napoleon's embattled empire, another enemy was poised to strike. The previous year, Wellington's
Marquis.
army had won a brilliant victory at Salamanca, but been held at Burgos and forced into a long,
Gardez vos rangs.
demoralizing retreat back to the Portuguese frontier. But after a winter of rest, reinforcement and training, Wellington's army was stronger than ever. 100,000 men, many of them battle-hardened veterans. And for the first time, he had sufficient cavalry and artillery, while transport and medical services had also been improved. Morale was sky.
Morale.
Their chief, known to the troops as Old Nosy, was cheered wherever he went.
Shit, wherever we
I
went.
never saw the British army so healthy or so strong, Wellington informed London. In contrast, the French position in Spain was weaker than ever. Napoleon severely underestimated the threat posed by Wellington. He
Gardez
had
vos
just
rangs.
withdrawn 20,000 French troops for
Pareil.
his own use in Germany. As commander-in-chief, King Joseph knew his forces were overstretched.
Pareil.
Napoleon allowed him to give up Madrid and move his capital to the more easily defended
Pareil.
But withdrawing further to a strong position like the Ebro River was out of the question. That would send the wrong message to neutral Austria and Napoleon's wavering German allies. And so, with serious concerns, Joseph and his chief of staff, Marshal Jourdan, awaited Wellington's offensive. Wellington's plan was for his army to advance in two wings, concentrate at Toro, then move against Joseph's forces. In the south, Murray's Anglo-Sicilian Spanish
Gardez vos
force, based in Alicante, had just repelled an attack by Marshal
Pareil.
Suchet at the Battle of Castalla.
Stay.
Murray would now mount a diversionary landing on the Mediterranean coast to coincide with Wellington's advance and prevent Suchet sending reinforcements north. Wellington had also counted on large-scale support from Spanish regular forces, of which he was, since November 1812, theoretically
Gardez vos
commander-in-chief.
rangs.
But the Spanish Cortes, based in Cadiz, was deeply divided, with many still highly suspicious of British motives. The result was that Wellington
Motives.
would only receive direct support from a few reliable.
Russia. Russia.
He would receive considerable Spanish support from the guerrillas, now better armed, organized, and operating in greater numbers than ever before. A large area of Valencia had effectively been liberated by El Fraile, the Flyer. Esposimina had captured major towns in Navarre and was currently keeping General Clausel's Army of the North busy, while Juan Martín Diaz, aka El Empecinado, was tying down large numbers of French troops near Madrid.
Rosja.
On the 22nd of May, Wellington bid farewell to Portugal and began his advance. 4 days later, he was in Salamanca, where he joined the northern wing of his army under Sir Thomas Grey.
Brentis mentis.
Joseph and Jourdan expected Wellington's main thrust to come from Salamanca, so
Main
to
thrust.
the line of the Douro River. Rapid advance north of the river meant they'd already been outflanked, and they ordered a retreat. By a series of brilliant marches, Wellington continued threatening the French right flank, forcing Joseph to keep falling back. Wellington's army was able to use small roads and mountain tracks north of the main highway, which the French had dismissed as impassable.
Fucking dismissed.
Spanish allies, Wellington knew
Kurwa, 12% to mnie właśnie dobija.
backed by British sea
Tak,
power,
speed,
he was also now
speed
able to
myślę,
switch
że
his
sobie
supply
zwiększmy.
lines from Lisbon to Santander, drastically reducing the length of his supply lines, another feat the French had written off as impossible. At the Ebro River, the French found themselves outflanked yet again and fell back to Vitoria. Here, Joseph decided that he must make his stand. The Zadora River valley west of Vitoria seemed to offer a strong defensive position. Expecting an attack from the west, French forces were drawn up in 3 lines. General Gazon's army of the south formed the first line. Then General D'Erlon's army of the center. Then General Rey's army of Portugal. Joseph hoped that he could
Attention.
at least buy time for the vast wagon convoy assembled east of the city to get away. It contained not only
Gardez vos
military
rangs.
supplies, but his government's treasury. And as satirized by
Wuhan, o
this
Jezus.
British cartoon, the accumulated loot of 5 years' French occupation of Spain,
Pareil.
including priceless works of art, jewels,
Wuhan, tam gdzie ta, kurde, tego typu, tylko w Polsce.
to arrive with 20,000 reinforcements any day. However, thanks to the guerrillas, Wellington was better informed of Clausel's.
Nie wiem, o chuj chodzi z tym przerabianiem tego. Kurwa, klikasz to i tak się chuj z tego. Kurwa, no.
Before the 22nd of June, he decided to attack on the 21st. The day before, French patrols reported enemy troop movement to the north, so Rey's troops were moved to cover any threat to the army's line of communications. Apart from one division,
Nie wiem, chuj z tym, szczerze. Jakoś to jest zjebane,
France,
cholera wie.
an odd decision that
Tego
deprived
nie
the army
lubimy.
of 4,000 men on the eve of battle.
O kurwa, tyle dni mija i tak się to nie zmienia.
Had been bedridden with fever that day. The next morning, he reconnoitred the army's position with King Joseph. They agreed that their position was overextended and should be shortened. But by the time their orders reached General Gazon, it was too late. He was already under attack. Wellington, enjoying the advantage in numbers for once, had decided to attack in 4 columns across a 10-mile front, with General Graham's left-hand column
Rosja.
a
Attention.
bold plan, with the potential to trap and destroy Joseph's army, but required careful coordination and precise timing. Fortunately, the French had not thought it necessary to
Gardez vos
destroy
rangs.
any of the bridges over the Zadora River, which
Bougez-vous.
was also fordable in
Kurwa, jakie kupsko. Ektywa tej.
General Hill's
To on się tak zajebał
command
mułem,
was
że
on
tak
the
powiem.
Allied right. Spanish and British troops advanced up the western heights of Puebla, driving
Ja
off
pierdolę.
French skirmishers and forcing General Gazon to send reinforcements to secure his left
Attention.
flank. Hill's
Gardez vos
troops
rangs.
then seized the village of Subiana. But French cannon fire and counterattacks prevented any further advance. Convinced that Hill's attack was the main assault, and that troop movements to the north were probably a diversion, Jourdan continued to send troops from the center to reinforce the left. This was exactly what Wellington wanted. But at 11 a.m., he was waiting with growing impatience for his other columns to go into action. Lord Dalhousie's 7th Division, supposed to be leading the attack by the centre-left column, had got held up in the mountains. While further east, Graham's flanking move had got off to a cautious start. But seeing the size of the approaching force, General Ray decided to pull back his troops across the Zadorra River. This encouraged Graham to get things moving. Colonel Longa's Spanish division advanced on Durana, held by Spanish troops loyal to King Joseph, and a bitter struggle for the village ensued. British and Portuguese infantry advanced against...
To jest zajebiste. Ale production, screen, color rate, efficiency.
This scene shows an attack by the 4th
To się
Zone
przyda.
Regiment of Foot and the 47th Lancashire Regiment. Though they succeeded in driving the French out of the village, they could not cross its bridge over the Zadorra, which was expertly covered by French guns. Around noon, a Spanish peasant informed Wellington that the bridge at Tres Puentes was
Gardez vos rangs.
completely unguarded. He immediately ordered Kemp's elite light infantry brigade to dash across it and secure a bridgehead. But there was still little sign of Dalhousie's 7th Division. General Clifton, the notoriously short-tempered commander of the fighting 3rd Division, ran out of patience. Fed up with waiting for Dalhousie, he ordered his men to advance. They charged
Rosja. Dobra, już jedna dywizja wykruszy z tego co widzę.
defenses. General Gazan, with his left flank pinned down at Subiana, was now about to be outflanked on his right, and had no option but to pull back.
Kurwa no. Jebany bot.
Wellington's army was now crossing the Zadorra River in force.
Ja
Heavy
pierdolę.
fighting continued to rage on the
Dobra,
heights of
chuj.
Puebla, but here the French also
Niech siedzą po prostu tam i działają.
of their new line. Scottish Highlanders and
Attention.
Connaught Rangers, supported by riflemen and
Pareil.
Portuguese troops, now stormed the village of Arignev.
No, przydałoby się chociaż z 20%.
Retreating southeast,
Miotał nimi jak szata.
began to emerge in the French centre, between Gazan's army of the south and Derlong's army of the centre. The Allied advance continued, with heavy
Attention.
pressure on both French flanks. Wellington's army appeared to be building unstoppable momentum, with Graham's column poised to cut off Joseph's
Attention.
escape.
Pod rzeczkę atakujemy.
Wellington's army was formed up across the Zadorra, ready to strike a decisive blow. But his infantry came under heavy fire from 76 French guns, blasting great holes
Attention.
in their ranks. Allied guns were brought forward to provide support.
Płaćcie płot.
The biggest artillery duel of the Peninsular War
Attention.
began. More than 70 guns on each side. Allied skirmishers, exploiting the gap in the French centre near Gomecha, were able to work their way behind the French guns,
Gardez vos
shot
rangs.
down their crews. Gazan found himself threatened on both flanks. But instead of trying to close up with Derlong to his north, on his own initiative he
Attention.
ordered a retreat, left Derlong's own left flank completely exposed. Around the same time, Longa's Spanish troops finally captured Durana, and rumours swept the French army that their escape route had been cut. Derlong's army of the centre fought on bravely, withdrawing to another
5% breakthrough.
just 1 mile west of Vitoria. French guns kept up a steady fire on the advancing Allied lines, but once more the position was outflanked. Around 5:30 p.m., King Joseph bowed to the inevitable and ordered a general retreat.
Rozjebałeś się jak najgorsza chujoza.
As the main
Pareil.
road to France had now been cut by longer Spanish troops, the army would have to retreat east towards Pamplona along a single
Gardez vos
narrow
rangs.
road with boggy fields on either side. Bad enough for thousands of troops and guns, but there had been no attempt to move off the
Norwegian?
army's
O,
enormous
pojebało go
number of
chyba.
wagons earlier in the day. The result was pandemonium, as military units and artillery tried to force their way through the streets of Vitoria and the congested lanes and fields beyond. The task of forming a rearguard fell to General Reyes' army of Portugal,
Stability.
which conducted an organized withdrawal
Tego
covered
typu.
by its cavalry. Wellington hoped that Graham's column would now be surging across the Zadorra River to cut off the French army's retreat. But Graham, overestimating the enemy's strength, continued to take a cautious approach. East of Vitoria, the French retreat descended
Pareil.
into total chaos. The single narrow road became blocked. Wagons that took to the fields got stuck and were abandoned. Allied cavalry fell upon this confused mass, spreading panic and meeting little serious opposition. King Joseph and Marshal Jourdan themselves narrowly escaped capture. Among the abandoned wagons, many civilians, including officers, wives,
Kuźwa, czemu to się od razu nie zamieni, to ja nie mam pojęcia.
tools and furniture, and more than 5 million gold francs. Troops on both sides broke ranks and dived into an orgy of plundering. One British officer described the scene. About dusk, the head of our column came suddenly on some wagons which had been abandoned by the enemy. Someone called out, "They are
Tysiące mam tego
Americans."
XP.
No sooner were the words uttered than the division
Attention.
rode as if by word of command, and in an instant the covers disappeared from the wagons. Nothing was seen
Pas de
but
pitié.
a mass of inverted legs, while the arms were groping for dollars.
Attention.
For money it certainly was. The scene was disgraceful, but at the same time, ludicrous. Wellington, however, was furious. Not only did the plundering delay pursuit of the enemy, but giant sums of cash, which might have paid for his army's supplies, vanished into private pockets instead. Of 5.5 million francs, only 250,000 were ever recovered by the army. Vitoria was a great victory for the
Rosja.
as crushing as it might have been, reflected in relatively light French casualties. But
Gardez
in
vos
the
rangs.
chaotic retreat that followed, the Allies did capture all but 3 French guns, and even Jourdan's marshal's baton.
Życzę.
Attention.
Dobra.
French military power in Iberia was broken. The Bonapartist Kingdom of Spain was at an end. Joseph returned to France to face his brother's criticism. Marshal Jourdan retired from active service. Napoleon sent Marshal Soult to replace them, but even his shrewd military mind could not turn the tide in Spain. Counterattacks to relieve the French garrisons at Pamplona and San Sebastian were defeated. That autumn, Wellington began what proved an unstoppable advance across the Pyrenees and into France. In southern Spain, where Marshal Suchet remained undefeated, the disaster at Vitoria forced him also to withdraw towards the frontier, leaving behind just a few isolated garrisons.
Rosja.
After a 5-year struggle, the Allies had brought the Peninsular War, and to the Spanish their War of Independence, to a victorious conclusion.
Gardez vos rangs.
It had been a long, hard road,
Attention.
steeped in blood and suffering. The alliance between Britain and Spain had been particularly treacherous to navigate. But ultimately, both nations had fought together with Portugal to drive the French back across the Pyrenees. New research provides
Attention.
clearer insight than ever into the huge attrition of French
34% XP.
Pas de pitié.
260,000 lives lost. 3/4 died of sickness. Of approximately
Attention.
66,000 deaths in combat, 43% were in actions against Spanish.
Dawaj, ten bot nic nie robi. Ja pierdolę.
Fighting British-led armies,
Attention.
and 19% fighting guerrillas.
Gardez vos rangs.
By contrast, British military deaths are estimated at 52,000. Portuguese 15,000, with many more thousands of civilian deaths, while Spanish deaths are unknown, though the country as a whole may have lost as many as 500,000 lives in 5 years of war and occupation.
War and occupation.
Napoleon, this disaster had been an unnecessary and largely self-inflicted wound. An intervention born of arrogance and false assumptions, with dire strategic consequences. But as the Napoleonic Empire crumbled in Spain, an
Attention.
even greater struggle neared its climax in Central Europe, where Napoleon faced
Gardez
the
vos
most
rangs.
powerful coalition of his enemies yet. If the French Emperor was victorious in Germany, Wellington might soon be scrambling back across the Pyrenees. The fate of Europe was about to be decided at the Battle of Leipzig.
Wow.
October 1813. Napoleon Bonaparte faced his greatest crisis since becoming Emperor of the French 9 years before.
Attention.
His long war in Spain had ended in defeat. But Anglo-Spanish-Portuguese army
Bot, to zajebisty ziomek.
made France itself. In Germany, the Kingdom of Bavaria had switched sides and joined the Sixth Coalition against France. While in Saxony, Napoleon faced 4 armies converging on him from all directions. What's more, these were not the same bunglers he'd crushed in 1805 and 6 at Austerlitz and Jena. Prussia, Austria and Russia had all learned from their mistakes. They were now better organized, trained and led, and more wary of
Ile? 1 na miesiąc, no okej.
was the army of Bohemia,
Battleships.
commanded by Austrian Field Marshal the Prince of Schwarzenberg. His was a huge
Rosja.
Attention.
of 194,000 men and 790
Attention.
guns. To the north, Blücher's army of Silesia and the army of the north under Napoleon's ex-marshal Bernadotte, now Crown Prince of Sweden.
Pareil.
Together, 130,000 men and 536 guns. To the southeast, General Bennigsen's army of Poland, besieging Dresden.
Army of Poland.
4,000 men and 135 guns. In total, the coalition had fielded 360,000 men and 1,500 guns, with Russia supplying the bulk of the troops. One unique addition to Bernadotte's army of the north was a
Jugosławie?
of British rocket artillery.
Jugosławia. Oni mają 12% tego, ale
Congreve rocket, a type
Jugosławia.
in 1830. Although wildly inaccurate, their high explosive warhead could be devastating at close range.
kurwa.
Napoleon's forces around Leipzig were outnumbered almost 2 to 1. But with 200,000 men and 700 guns, the Grande Armée was still
Jugosławie.
to be reckoned with many experienced troops and commanders, even though it
Konstantin.
increasingly relied on young conscripts to make up numbers. There were another 140,000 men that Napoleon could not call on. General Rapp's 10th Corps besieged in Danzig, Marshal Saint-Cyr's 1st Corps besieged in Dresden, Marshal Davout's 13th Corps holding Hamburg, as well as several smaller besieged garrisons across Germany and Poland. Napoleon was currently about
Attention.
20 miles north of Leipzig with the bulk of his army.
Gardez vos rangs.
Marshal Murat was 40 miles to the south with 90,000 men covering Schwarzenberg.
Parez.
Napoleon now decided to rapidly join Murat, and with their temporary superiority in numbers, defeat Schwarzenberg before Bernadotte and Blücher could intervene. Murat had orders to conduct a fighting withdrawal northwards. But at Liebert-Volkwitz, he was drawn into major...
Rosja. Rosja.
Around 12,000 horsemen fought what some have described as the largest cavalry battle
13.
Europe's history.
13.
Murat, in the thick of it as usual, was very nearly captured by Prussian dragoons.
Gardez vos rangs.
The battle ended in a minor coalition victory, with around 2,000 casualties on each side. The next day, Napoleon arrived to take command.
O, bo te samoloty tu już chuja robią, tak szczerze powiedziawszy. Rosja.
By the 16th of October, Napoleon had concentrated most of his forces south of Leipzig. Field Marshal Schwarzenberg,
Ekspierdala, tak szczerze powiedziawszy.
Russian advice, had deployed his army on either side of the Pleißer River, which would hinder his movements throughout the battle. Napoleon had entrusted the northern sector to Marshal Ney, with orders to keep an eye out for Blücher and Bernadotte. But Napoleon didn't expect them for at least another day, and so Ney had orders to transfer most of his troops south
Gardez vos rangs.
for the attack on Schwarzenberg. Schwarzenberg, however,
Du, du, du,
and
du, 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 du.
Bernadotte were closer than Napoleon suspected, and that Bennigsen was also marching up from Dresden. This was the moment the coalition had been waiting for. All their armies converging on Napoleon, with overwhelming superiority in numbers. However, the coalition's headquarters were nothing like Napoleon's, where one man's will decided all. Schwarzenberg had to attempt to coordinate the actions of 3 large armies from 3 separate states.
3 separate states.
And although he was commander-in-chief, his plans still needed to be approved by Emperor Alexander, the
Gardez vos
supreme
rangs.
commander, whilst he also managed relations with the King of Prussia and the Emperor of Austria, all of whom were present at his headquarters.
Dobra, jedziemy z koksem.
The plan finally agreed was for
Latvia.
the
Du, 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 du. The end of.
in 4 main columns, with 2 Austrian flanking attacks west of the Pleißer. At 8 a.m., a bombardment began along the line, as Russian, Austrian and Prussian infantry regiments advanced across cold, muddy fields. Wachau soon fell to Russian infantry, but French artillery fire made it impossible for them to advance further. Victor's Second Corps then counterattacked, retaking the village at bayonet point. Wachau
Kingdom of Nepal, Boże.
twice more of that
XPP.
bloody contest for small Saxon villages come to typify the fighting around Leipzig. At Markkleeberg, Kleist's Prussian Second Corps drove out the Polish defenders after bitter fighting, while on the left bank of the Pleißer, Merveldt's Austrian Second Corps struggled across broken ground to attack well-defended villages. Their assault on Konowitz stalled, but with heavy losses, the Austrians got a toehold in Dörlitz.
Dulwich.
On the right flank, around 10 a.m., Klenau's 4th Corps occupied the high ground of the Kolmberg and fought its way into Liebert-Volkwitz. Napoleon, observing from Gallows Hill, ordered up Augereau's 9th Corps and the Young Guard in support. MacDonald's 11th Corps was now also arriving in position on his left. His troops retook the Kölnberg and counterattacked Lieberkopwitz, driving out the Austrians and pursuing them over the fields beyond. The advance was only halted when Russian Cossacks were sighted on their open left flank. A warning of Bennigsen's army was not far off. The coalition offensive was going nowhere, with most of its modest gains lost to French counterattacks. But there was one sector where the coalition had more success that morning. General Goulay's Austrian 3rd Corps, with orders to threaten Napoleon's line of retreat, advanced...
Line of retreat.
Ney had to divert Bertrand's
Attention.
4th Corps to reinforce the village and ensure the road to France was kept open. Napoleon was waiting for Ney's reinforcements before launching his attack on Schwarzenberg. But now, 4th Corps was tied down at Lindenau, and there was more bad news from Ney. Blücher's army of Silesia was approaching from the northwest. Marmont's 6th Corps had to turn about to keep the Prussians at bay. Heavy fighting broke out around Möckern, the village itself held by elite French Marines, while Dąbrowski's Polish division clung on to Wiedrich under attack from an entire Russian corps. This was a nasty surprise for Napoleon, who thought Blücher was still a day's march away. But the old Prussian general, hearing cannon fire to the south, had urged his men on and into the attack. Blücher intended to draw as many French troops onto himself as possible to assist Schwarzenberg's army in Bohemia. His actions and the bloody fight for Möckern may just have saved the coalition from defeat.
Gardez vos rangs.
Napoleon was outnumbered across the whole battlefield. But in the south he still had a numerical advantage. Not as large as
Numerical advantage.
Schwarzenberg and Alexander were already
Imperium Andrzejowa.
Schwarzenberg now found that his were on
Imperium Andrzejowa.
river,
26.
precious hours. It was now or never for Napoleon. At 2 p.m. he ordered the attack to begin. A grand battery of 180 guns blasted the enemy lines. Then Victor's 2nd Corps, Lauriston's 5th Corps, and the Young Guard began their advance. In support, Murat gathered 2 entire cavalry corps, 10,000 horsemen, and led them in one of the great mass cavalry...
Czemu kopiujesz od Jawasia, jaką jest Picture in Pixel? Widzisz? 200 IQ. Nie wiem czemu kopiuję, no tak fajny pomysł miał i tyle, no. Witam cię serdecznie, tak w ogóle.
Austrian cuirassiers and Russian Guard cavalry were coming up from the south. When these fresh Allied cavalry reserves charged the French,
Odpalisz.
melee ensued.
No.
But the French were eventually driven back to their start line. Maison's division of the 5th Corps was involved in a desperate struggle for Golden Gold. The fighting swept back and forth through the village, the streets filling with dead and wounded from both sides. But as Russian and Prussian Guard regiments arrived to reinforce the village,
Mode.
they were forced to fall back. Around 4 p.m., the Austrian Reserve Corps finally arrived, and renewed the assault on Markleberg, one of the morning's objectives, which was finally secured. By 5 p.m. it was clear that Napoleon didn't have enough reserves to force a decisive outcome in the south. To the north, Merkel
Latvia.
was being stubbornly held by French
Du,
Marines.
du, 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 du.
But despite terrible losses,
Dobra, trzeba będzie wstrzymać ten atak
continued to attack.
tego typu.
Marshal Marmont himself was wounded twice.
Mamon! Ja pierdolę, mamon.
Finally, a brilliant charge by Prussian hussars triggered a French rout. Merkel
Mamon. X kurwa D.
streamed back towards Leipzig.
Żeby się bodnie rzucił zaraz na tą bazę, bo mnie zaraz coś szczeli.
6 p.m. Fighting died out across the battlefield.
Bo zaraz mnie coś szczeli.
The first day of the battle had cost the French an estimated 25,000 casualties. The coalition at least 30,000. Napoleon had come close, but failed to land a decisive blow.
No, 70%.
Was slipping
Lepszy ryc niż nic. Rosja. Jorwaś. Jest przechuj gangster. Jorwaś.
Attention. Attention.
Sunday, the 17th of October, brought a lull.
Attention.
Both armies exhausted by the previous day's fighting.
O kurwa mać.
To rest his troops
Gardez
and
vos rangs.
resupply them with ammunition, which was running dangerously low.
Gardez vos rangs.
He also sent a message to his father-in-law, Emperor Francis I, suggesting an armistice and finally offering concessions. But the Allies were no longer interested. They knew time was on their side. The only major combat that day occurred in the north, where Rupert continued to attack. Russian infantry stormed Eutrich and Görlitz. Russian
Görlitz, ja.
charged and routed part of Arrighi's 3rd Cavalry Corps. That day, Napoleon received 14,000 reinforcements, when Reynier's French Saxon 7th Corps arrived from the northeast. But the same day, the coalition received more than 100,000 reinforcements, as their armies
Kurwa no.
prepared like
Lithuania.
Colorado's Austrian
Has completed order in intelligence.
Army of Poland
Okay.
and Bernadotte's Army of the North, though the latter was widely criticized for his leisurely march to the battlefield. The next day, Napoleon would face odds of nearly 2-1. It was time for the Emperor to begin planning his retreat.
Rosja. Witam sobie.
On Monday morning, the sun shone across 40 square miles of battlefield, on which nearly 500,000 troops and 2,000 cannon were assembled. Soldiers from France, Germany,
Attention.
Russia, Austria, Poland, Italy, Sweden, the Netherlands, and even Britain.
Pareil.
This was truly the battle of the nations.
Wow.
In preparation for his withdrawal, Napoleon pulled back his forces into a tighter defensive perimeter and ordered the
Interest.
4th Corps to march west to secure the army's line of retreat. 2 divisions of the Young Guard under Marshal Morton took their place at Linden.
Attention.
Schwarzenberg, meanwhile, planned to close the net on Napoleon with 6
Pas de pitié.
converging attacks.
Kurwa.
Fighting in the south began around 8 a.m.
Pierdolony bot jeszcze mnie tu zamknął.
Gardez vos rangs.
But Marshal
Kurwa no.
led a counterattack at the head of the Young Guard division and drove them out again.
Against us.
Schwarzenberg was so alarmed by this reverse that he sent orders to recall Goulay's third corps. General Barclay's troops initially faced little opposition as they took Wachau and Liebert-Volkwitz, scenes of such bitter fighting 2 days before, but now scarcely defended. Barclay then paused, waiting for Bennigsen to get into position on his right before continuing his attack. Bennigsen's troops had more ground to cover, but towards noon they'd driven back MacDonald's infantry.
A już nie mamy niczego i pewno może dlatego się to tak zbugowało, Boże.
They would now wait for Bernadotte's army to link up on their right. But the army of
La
the
la 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 la.
slow progress, for which many again blamed its commander, who seemed exceedingly cautious about facing his old master in battle. Blucher, in contrast, did not hesitate to launch Russian infantry against Leipzig's northern defences, the attack
Gardez vos
failed
rangs.
with heavy losses.
Gardez vos rangs. Gardez vos rangs.
By 2 p.m., Napoleon was hard-pressed on all fronts, but holding his own. His attention was now focused on Probstheide,
Attention.
key to his southern front, under attack from Kleist's.
Dobra, jak się cofną te ziomki, trzeba będzie Szangdę przejąć.
French troops
Wyleciałem jak
into a fortress.
Filip z Konopi, a chuj z...
Terrible losses
A.
to the advancing Prussians. Probstheide was soon engulfed in smoke and fire as fighting raged on all sides. Some Prussian
Gardez
regiments
vos rangs.
lost half their men attacking the village, while 3
No i dostaniemy,
were killed
kurwa.
as they organized its defense. Napoleon even sent in Friant's division of the Guard to reinforce the position.
Attention.
To the north, Bernadotte's army was finally joining the battle in earnest. Marmont had assembled
Inicjatyw
137
22%.
guns around Schönefeld, which poured fire into the Russians.
Gardez vos rangs.
In response, Bernadotte massed 200 guns of his own.
Wiedzieli nam wojnę.
Was strewn with the dead and wounded, as the sheer weight of fire made it impossible for either side to advance. Around 3 p.m., von Bülow's Prussian Corps, supported by Austrian Jaegers and its small British rocket detachment, attacked Paunsdorf. Grenier's 7th Corps could not withstand the onslaught. An hour later, around 3,000 Saxon soldiers rushed over to the enemy and surrendered. The Saxons were deeply disillusioned with their French allies. Their main wish now was for a quick end to a war that had ravaged their homeland for many months.
La 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 la
The
la.
line created by the Saxons' defection was soon plugged by Guard cavalry. But the coalition juggernaut could not be stopped. Towards dusk, under relentless
Attention.
Russian pressure, Marmont abandoned the burning ruins of Schönefeld, while the Prussians took Sellerhausen.
Pareil.
In the south, Probstheide still held, but the situation was grim for Napoleon. The third day's fighting cost both sides another 25,000 casualties. Napoleon's army was exhausted, outnumbered, virtually encircled, and critically low on ammunition.
45. O,
Finally, the Emperor gave the order to retreat.
Gardez vos rangs. Gardez vos rangs.
Overnight, under cover of darkness and early morning fog, the French army withdrew behind Leipzig's walls, and at 4 a.m. began its retreat west crossing the single bridge over the Ulster River led to France.
Rosja.
To build extra bridges, but in what would prove a serious oversight, no one had given the necessary orders. Furthermore, there was no clear plan for Leipzig's defence, which was left to a jumble of under-strength units, mostly Poles and Germans. Napoleon left Leipzig around 10 a.m. Behind him there were scenes of mounting chaos and confusion. The city's streets jammed with troops, guns and wagons. 20,000 wounded troops in the city and little hope of escape. 30 minutes later, shells began to rain on the city as the coalition launched an all-out assault from north, east and south. The rear guard held the city's gates for as long as they could, but they were soon overwhelmed by the enemy, and savage street fighting broke out across the city. A barge packed with gunpowder had been moored beneath the Ulster Bridge so that it could be quickly destroyed after the rearguard crossed. Around 2 p.m., a corporal lit the fuse when he saw Russian soldiers on the far bank. Even though
Laj, 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 laj.
troops, wagons and horses. The bridge was destroyed in a gigantic explosion that trapped 30,000 men and 30 generals on the wrong side of the river. Panic broke out among those who suddenly found themselves cut off. Most became prisoners, but some tried to swim for it, including the Polish Prince Poniatowski, made a marshal by Napoleon just 3 days before. Weak from his wounds, he rode his horse into the river, but as it tried to climb the steep far bank, it rolled over him, and he was drowned. Marshal MacDonald had also been cut off by the blast, resolved to escape or die trying. He found a place where engineers had cut down 2 trees as a makeshift bridge, and made his attempt. And there I was, 1 foot on either trunk and the abyss below me. A high wind was blowing. I was wearing a large cloak, and fearing that someone would grab at it, I got rid of it. I was already 3/4 of the way across, when some men decided to follow me. Their unsteady gait caused the trunks to shake, and I fell into the water. Fortunately, I could touch the bottom. The bank was steep, the soil loose and slippery. Some of the enemy's skirmishers came up. They fired at me point blank and missed me, and some of our men who happened to be nearby drove them off and helped me out. I was wet from head to foot, breathless and sweating heavily from my efforts. Marshal Marmont, who had got across early in the day, gave me a horse. I wanted dry clothes more, but they were not to be had. The loss of the bridge turned what was already a heavy defeat for Napoleon into a disastrous one. Later that day, the 3 Allied monarchs met in the center of Leipzig to celebrate their great victory. It had come at enormous cost.
Ja pierdolę.
Exact numbers are impossible to establish, but in 4 days' fighting, the coalition armies suffered at least 52,000 casualties. Napoleon, who could less afford such losses, came off worse. 47,000 killed and wounded, 35,000 taken prisoner, 325 guns lost.
Attention.
More men were killed and wounded at Leipzig than in any European battle before the First World War. Sir George Jackson, the British ambassador to Austria, rode over the battlefield with Metternich, the Austrian foreign minister, 2 days later. A more revolting and sickening spectacle I never beheld, he wrote. Scarcely could we move forward a step without passing over the dead body of some poor fellow, gashed with wounds and clotted with blood. another perhaps without an arm or a leg. Here and
Aye.
there a headless trunk, or a head only, which caused our horses to stumble or start aside. It made one's blood run cold to glance upon the upturned faces of the dead. We got over this field of glory as quickly as we could. Napoleon had suffered a calamitous defeat. He had lost the battle for Germany.
Kurwa, nie mam tych lotnisk, nic pipi.
Appeared at an end. With 80,000 survivors, he began a fighting retreat to the French border. There was now no chance of rescue for the 100,000 men trapped in garrisons across Germany and Poland, though some of them left for another 5 months.
Gardez vos rangs.
Murat took his leave of the enemy.
Got a few.
Was the last time the two men saw each other. 11 days after the Battle of Leipzig, Napoleon's former allies, the Bavarians, tried to block his escape at Hanover. The Bavarian commander, von Freda, had served with Napoleon in many campaigns.
Pareil.
But on seeing his deployment for battle, Napoleon remarked, "I hate him. I couldn't reject him."
Gardez vos rangs.
The Emperor then ordered the Imperial Guard to lead an attack that forced the enemy to fall back and surrender. The French army reached the safety of Mainz 3 days later. Napoleon himself pushed on to Paris to
O, w pizdę, że my dostajemy
from his defeat.
air defense. Co co?
Behind him, his empire was
Czekajcie, co to się kurwa dzieje?
On the 4th of November, the coalition announced the dissolution of the Confederation of the Rhine. Several of its former members now joining the war against France. In the Illyrian provinces, local revolts, Austrian invasion, and British naval support brought an end to French rule. In North Italy, Eugene was retreating steadily before the advance of von Hiller's Austrian army.
XD?
Hamburg, Marshal Davout, with 34,000 troops, would soon be cut off by the siege.
Bougez-vous.
Napoleon's situation was desperate. But in the next campaign, fought for France itself, Napoleon would prove that he was still master of war.
Master of War.
Pareil. Continuez l'attaque. Bougez-vous.
In October 1813, Napoleon had suffered his heaviest ever defeat at Leipzig, the Battle of the Nations. Surviving French forces, exhausted, sick, and demoralized, retreated to the River Rhine and prepared to defend France from invasion. But in November, the armies of the Sixth Coalition paused their advance, and Austrian Foreign Minister Metternich offered peace terms. The Frankfurt proposals would allow Napoleon to keep his throne if France returned to her so-called natural frontiers. It was the best offer Napoleon was likely to get, now that his back was to the wall, and all Europe's great powers were united against him. Even so, he did not accept the terms. He merely agreed to reopen negotiations. To the Allies, and many in France itself, it proved that Napoleon would not listen to reason.
Mine link.
The war went on, and by
Continuez
January
l'attaque.
1814, Napoleon's situation looked even worse.
Attention.
Many of his besieged garrisons in the east were starved into surrender.
Attention.
Marshal Davout, 34,000 men in Hamburg, was now besieged. Denmark, one of France's last
Gardez vos
allies,
rangs.
was invaded by Bernadotte's Swedish army and made to join the coalition. French troops evacuated the Netherlands, which reasserted its independence after nearly 20 years of French control. In Italy, Eugene's army faced a new enemy. Joachim Murat, king of Naples,
Commander skill.
marching off with 30,000 men to honor his new alliance, the
Gardez
Sixth
vos rangs.
Coalition. In Paris, Napoleon responded to the crisis with a series of extreme measures. Property taxes doubled, state salaries and pensions suspended, 300,000 new conscripts called up from a country already exhausted by 20 years of war.
20 years of
He
war.
ordered the release of Pope Pius, under French house arrest for the last 5 years, to try to shore up his support in Italy. He even agreed to release Fernando, the Bourbon king of Spain, to take up his throne in exchange for peace between France and Spain, a condition that Fernando was in no position to honor. But these concessions were too little, far too late. In January, 2 coalition armies crossed the Rhine into France. Blucher's army of Silesia and
Continue l'attaque.
Schwarzenberg's army of Bohemia.
364.
On the 25th of January, Napoleon said farewell to his wife and son at the Tuileries Palace before leaving for the front. He would never see either of them again. With just 70,000 men, he faced odds of 4 to 1. Most of his
Continue
troops
l'attaque.
were raw conscripts, some without uniforms, many just learning how to hold a musket.
Attention.
But for the first time in years, Napoleon's army was so small that he'd be able to exercise direct command over all its movements. The result would be one of the most audacious and brilliant campaigns in history. The battle for France would be fought east of Paris, mostly across Champagne, a flat
Gardez vos rangs.
region divided by the rivers Marne and Seine and their
Attention.
In late January, fields were dusted with snow, and roads quickly turned to mud. Napoleon learned that the coalition armies were
Attention.
widely scattered. Part of Blucher's army near Napoleon's old college.
No i zajebiście ich palimy. Jeszcze jakbym miał wsparcie,
Hoping to
to by było zajebiście.
Blucher's army. But after a hard day's fighting that cost both sides 3,000 casualties, Blucher was able to retreat towards Schwarzenberg's army.
Attention.
Napoleon was nearly skewered by a charging Cossack, saved only by General Gorgon's good shooting. As Napoleon tried to work out
Have them. And then.
Blucher, heavily reinforced by Schwarzenberg, made a
Attention.
surprise attack at La Rothière. Allied troops advanced through swirling snow to assault the village, defiantly held by young French conscripts.
Arrêt.
One was so inexperienced that Marshal Marmont had to personally show him how to load his musket during the battle.
Tirs ennemis.
By late afternoon, Rader's Bavarian corps was falling on the
Tirs
plains.
ennemis.
Heavily outnumbered, Napoleon had no option but to retreat, having lost 5,000 casualties and 73 guns abandoned in the thick mud. The Allies' frontal attacks meant their losses were greater, but by combining their armies, they defeated Napoleon on French soil for the first time.
For the
Believing
first
Napoleon
time.
would now retreat towards Paris, the Allies decided to advance along two routes to ease pressure on the roads. Blucher would take a northern route along the Marne.
Attention.
Schwarzenberg would follow the Seine. But
Pareil.
dividing their armies again would play right into Napoleon's
1800, ja pierdolę.
Pareil.
After 2 days to reorganize, Napoleon continued his retreat to Nogent, where he learned that the Allies had split their armies. Not only that, they were advancing at different speeds. The aggressive Blucher racing ahead, while the more cautious
Policja.
lagged behind. Leaving Oudinot and Victor to guard the Seine bridges and delay Schwarzenberg, Napoleon raced north through mud and rain with 30,000 men. The army of Silesia was strung out on the march, oblivious to the danger it was in. First, Napoleon fell on General Osufiev's Russian 9th Corps at Champaubert, destroying it, taking its commander and 2,000 men prisoner. The next morning, he marched on General Osten-Sacken's force near Montmiral. This was a much larger force, with 2 infantry and 1 cavalry corps, and was expecting support from York's Prussian 1st Corps. But the Prussians were late, and Sacken's troops could not withstand the French onslaught. At this desperate hour, the Emperor's elite Old Guard were no longer held back, but were often thrown into the thick of the fighting. By the end of the day, Napoleon had inflicted another 3,500 casualties, twice his own losses, and the Allies were in rapid retreat. Napoleon had ordered Marshal MacDonald to cut off the enemy's escape by seizing the Marne Bridge at Château Thierry. But York's Prussians got there first. The next day, Napoleon could only batter their rear guard as the enemy fled across the Marne, destroying the bridge behind them. Sending Marshal Mortier to rebuild the bridge and continue the pursuit, Napoleon doubled back to rejoin Marmont, who had been left to keep watch on Blucher. Napoleon attacked in full
Attention.
using General Grouchy's cavalry to outflank Blucher's army.
Gardez vos
It was
rangs.
soon in headlong retreat. A merciless French pursuit inflicted 6,000 Russian casualties. Napoleon lost just 600 men.
Ciągle podsyła te wojska, smyk.
On an enemy army almost twice his size, and beaten it 4 times in just 6 days. Blucher had lost an estimated 15,000 casualties in battle, and another 15,000 in smaller engagements, as stragglers or deserters. For now, the army of Silesia had been scattered and neutralized. But in the south, Marshals Victor and Oudinot had not been able to prevent Schwarzenberg's army of Bohemia
Gardez vos rangs.
from crossing the Seine in 3 places.
Pareil.
Austrian troops were now just 40 miles
Attention.
from Paris. Leaving Mortier and Marmont to keep watch on Blucher, Napoleon raced south. Schwarzenberg, alarmed by news of Blucher's defeat and of Napoleon's approach,
Napoleon's
retreat. It was too late for Wittgenstein's
Rosja.
with 2,000 casualties. Napoleon sent Victor's 2nd Corps to seize the bridge at Montereau, but was so infuriated by its slow progress that he sacked Victor.
No i zajebiście.
General Gérard. The next day, at the Battle of Montereau, the French drove the Allied Württemberg Corps back across the river with 30% losses. According to some accounts, the
Attention.
Emperor sighted the French cannon himself, as he had
2000, wow.
18 years before.
Attention. Attention.
Napoleon had the Allies on the run. But how long could it last? Even as fighting continued, negotiations between France and the coalition reopened at Châtillon-sur-Seine on the 5th of February. The Allied terms were now more severe. A return to France's frontiers of 1791, which meant the additional loss of Belgium, a humiliation that Napoleon refused to accept. Instead, he tried to revive the Frankfurt proposals, hoping to play for time and to split the coalition, whose war aims varied from Britain's hard line to Austria's more ambiguous position. But this hope was thwarted by British Foreign Secretary Lord Castlereagh. On the 1st of March, he persuaded the Allies to sign the Treaty of Chaumont. Russia, Austria, and Great Britain to keep 150,000 troops in the field and not to negotiate separately with France, while Britain added the sweetener of a £5 million subsidy to be shared among the Allies. The treaty's secret articles specified war aims, including the future independence of the German states, Switzerland, Italy, while Spain was to return to the Bourbons, Holland to the House of Orange. The four powers even agreed that once they'd defeated Napoleon, they'd form a 20-year defensive alliance to maintain peace in Europe, a sign of their newfound commitment to each other. A split in the coalition had been Napoleon's last best hope for a favorable peace.
Russia.
News from across the country.
Russia.
French cities were surrendering to the Allies without a fight.
Without a fight.
Dijon
Gardez vos rangs.
and Macon had all fallen.
Gardez vos rangs.
In the south, Wellington defeated
Pareil.
Marshal Soult at Orthez, forcing him to fall back on Toulouse. 2 weeks
Cancel,
later, as
kurwa.
British troops approached the city of Bordeaux, it declared loyalty to France's Bourbon kings. The mayor himself rode out to greet the British bearing a white cockade, the sign of Bourbon allegiance.
Cocaine? O kurwa.
Napoleon's hope for a
Cocaine, cocaine.
resist the Allies had not materialized. Allied troops, particularly Cossacks, often robbed French civilians and committed some atrocities. French peasants took revenge when they could, but there was no guerrilla war to mirror what French troops had encountered in Spain and Russia. The chief desire among ordinary French people was for peace, at almost any price.
Pareil.
Any talk of Napoleon's defeat in late February was premature. The French Emperor was driving Schwarzenberg's army of Bohemia before him, even though it was twice his size. But Schwarzenberg scrambled to safety behind the river Ouse. Napoleon knew he had to land another decisive blow soon, so turned his attention back to Blücher. After an aborted attempt to join forces with Schwarzenberg, Blücher had decided to resume his advance on Paris, gathering
Resume.
Attention.
with only Marmont and Mortier's weak wall to oppose him.
Gardez vos rangs.
Leaving Marshal MacDonald in command in the south, Napoleon set off to intercept Blücher, covering 60 miles in 3 days.
60. Ooh.
Roads choked. Napoleon's approach, Blücher retreated across the Marne, burning the bridges behind. 24 hours later, they'd been rebuilt by French engineers. Napoleon was poised to crush Blücher against the Aisne River, because the major crossing point at Soissons was held by a Franco-Polish garrison. But after just a day's fighting,
Gdzieś, Pojczyn, Pojczyn.
surrendered.
Ale się lejemy, kurwa. Się dwie nasze zginęły.
Napoleon continued his pursuit across the Aisne, still hoping to cut off the army of Silesia. But at Craon, he encountered Russian troops in a strong defensive position. The Russians fought stubbornly. The French finally forced the enemy to withdraw, but only at the cost of 6,000 casualties, including many irreplaceable veterans from Napoleon's guard. Napoleon pushed on to Long. But by now, Blücher had concentrated his forces, 98,000 troops in all, and outnumbered Napoleon 2-1. French attacks were repulsed, while Marmont's corps was caught off guard by a late Allied counterattack and routed. Napoleon was lucky to avoid a much heavier defeat. Blücher, usually aggressive to the point of recklessness, was unwell and had been told Napoleon's army was twice as big as it was, leading him to act with unusual caution. Laon was a heavy blow to Napoleon. 6,500 casualties he could not afford. Undaunted, he fell back to Soissons, and after a brief moment to reorganize, he marched opposite Paris, which had just fallen inside his Russian army.
Dajmy w pizdę, mamy kurwa 3000 torped.
Saint-Priest himself was mortally wounded, his corps routed. Meanwhile, in the south, Schwarzenberg had resumed his offensive as soon as he found out Napoleon had gone north.
Attention.
In heavy fighting, he driven Boudinot and MacDonald back from the River Aube. 5 days later, the Allies had recaptured Bar.
Gardez vos rangs.
As MacDonald retreated behind Rossel. Now, after 4 days to rest and reorganize his battered army, Napoleon was coming south once more. Schwarzenberg, emboldened by news of Napoleon's defeat at Laon, decided that this time he would stand and fight. Napoleon advanced on Narcisse-sur-Eure, ignoring
Kurwa, połowę floty straciłem, XD.
he believed were gathering for battle.
Pas de pitié.
As heavy fighting broke out, Napoleon still believed he faced only the enemy rearguard. It was a nasty surprise to discover that he faced the entire might of the army of Napoleon. 28,000 men against 80,000. In desperate fighting, Napoleon personally rallied fleeing troops, exposed himself to enemy fire, having his horse killed under him by an exploding shell. But the odds were too great.
Attention.
At the end of the second day, Napoleon was forced to order the retreat.
Attention.
Napoleon believed his army was now too weak to take on the Allies directly, so he decided to change the strategy. He would march into the rear of the Allied armies, join up with some of his isolated garrisons,
Gardez
cut
vos
the
rangs.
enemy's lines of communication, forcing them to
Gardez vos rangs.
advance on Paris.
Attention. Bougez-vous.
Until now, always one step behind Napoleon, just received crucial information.
Weather.
Tallinn, the most brilliant French diplomat of the age, and the most skillful. He'd served France's monarchy, the Revolution, then Napoleon, until in 1807 he fell out irrevocably with the Emperor over foreign policy. He now believed that Napoleon was dragging France into ruin and worked behind the scenes to ensure his downfall.
Pareil.
From Paris, he wrote to the Russian Emperor Alexander at Allied headquarters, informing him that in the capital, support for Napoleon was crumbling. The city's defences had been completely neglected. He urged the Allies to march immediately on Paris, without allowing Napoleon to distract them. Talleyrand's information was confirmed when the Allies intercepted a report from Napoleon's chief of police, General Savary, meant for the Emperor. The treasury, arsenals and powder stores are empty. We are completely at the end of our resources. The population is discouraged and discontented, wishing peace at any price. As Napoleon advanced on Saint-Izy, the Allies sent General and 10,000 cavalry to harass his army and to screen their own movements. Then began their march on Paris. At Fère-Champenoise, they collided with Marmont and Mortier's corps, advancing to join Napoleon. An entire National Guard division, 5,000 men, was virtually wiped out as the marshals suffered a crushing defeat. Napoleon feared that the fall of Paris would be a fatal blow to his regime. His political authority and ability to wage war might not recover. So, when he received news of the Allies' movement, he tore up his plans and ordered a forced march back to Paris, intending to lead its defense in person.
Kurwa no.
Napoleon's wife and son were evacuated from the capital, along with most of his ministers. His brother, Joseph, the ex-king of Spain, was in charge of the city's defenses. But
Gardez vos rangs.
Paris was awash, rumors of treachery. Marmont and Mortier were able to reach Paris before the Allies, adding their troops to the garrison. It now totaled 37,000, including some hardened veterans of the Guard, but many more young conscripts. A third were part-time soldiers of the National Guard.
Gardez vos rangs.
The Allies had 120,000 seasoned troops outside the city. And given the urgency of taking Paris,
Continuez
before
d'avancer.
Napoleon could intervene, their elite guards and grenadier
Pareil.
divisions will lead the way.
Gardez vos rangs.
On the 30th of March, they began their assault from the north.
Pareil.
Heavy fighting raged throughout the day. The city's defenders fought bravely, inflicting several thousand casualties on the advancing enemy. But
Gardez
defeat
vos rangs.
was inevitable.
Bougez-vous.
That night, to save Paris,
Robić tych dzbanów tu kurwa mać, bo...
agreed to surrender the city. In addition, the garrison was permitted to leave with its weapons. At the Hôtel des Invalides, the 71-year-old Marshal Serrurier oversaw the burning of 1,400 flags and standards captured from France's enemies, as well as Frederick the Great's sword and sash,
Gardez
so
vos
they
rangs.
did not fall into our hands.
Bougez-vous.
Napoleon was just 15 miles from Paris when he was informed of the city's surrender. He sat with his head in his hands for 15 minutes.
Attention.
On the 31st of March 1814,
Gardez vos rangs.
France's enemies marched into Paris for the first time since the 100 Years' War. Parisian crowds cheered the three Allied monarchs, bringers of peace. Everyone in Paris was suddenly a royalist once more. Above all, they cheered for Emperor Alexander of Russia, now hailed as Europe's savior. Don Cossacks bivouacked on the Champs-Élysées.
Żelize.
Allied troops generally behaved well. "35 miles away, Napoleon was at Fontainebleau with 36,000 men, all of them hungry and exhausted after their 100-mile forced march. Nevertheless, Napoleon began planning an immediate advance on Paris. But for the first time, he faced unanimous opposition from his ministers and marshals, including Ney and Arnold. They reminded him of his urge to act for the good of France. He accused them of disloyalty,
Gardez vos rangs.
acting only to save themselves. They
Attention.
told him the war was lost, and he must abdicate in favor of his son if possible.
Bielefeld.
Marshal Marmont surrendered his entire corps to the coalition, which was marched over to the enemy lines against the wishes of many of its officers and men. This was a devastating blow to Napoleon
Ottowille.
and encouraged the Allies to reject his offer of conditional abdication of his son.
Gardez vos rangs.
2 days later, he abdicated without conditions. The Allied powers having
Gdzie są te czołgi moje kochane?
Napoleon is the only obstacle to the
Gardez vos rangs.
establishment of Prince Signor. The Emperor
Gardez vos
Napoleon,
rangs.
faithful to his oath, declares that he renounces for himself and his heirs the thrones of France and Italy, and that there is no personal sacrifice, including his life, that he is not ready to make in
Tiens
the
ennemis.
interests of France. Napoleon's abdication was formalized by the Treaty of Fontainebleau, by which he was allowed to keep the title of emperor, become sovereign of the small island of
Attention.
Elba, and retain a bodyguard of 400 men. News came too late to prevent Wellington's attack on Toulouse, leading to a costly and pointless battle, with more than 7,000 casualties. The night after his abdication,
Dobra, Navy to jest bez sensu tutaj.
suicide, using the poison that had been made for him in Russia. in case of capture. But it had lost its potency.
Mamy Hanower.
Survived.
Nie, tu nie ma w ogóle problemu z zaopatrzeniem, nie? Gorzej będzie z ruskimi.
Bade farewell to his old friend at Fontainebleau, Paris. Began his journey into exile.
Pareil.
The Napoleonic wars, which had raged on land and sea for 11 years, seemed finally at an end. The death toll is unknown, but historians estimate that 2 to 3 million lives were lost across Europe. Most soldiers died not in battle, but from disease. Many thousands were left maimed and disfigured.
Pareil.
For most of this war, Napoleon was master of Europe, imposing treaties on humbled enemies, redrawing frontiers, overthrowing old regimes, and making new kings. He was the last figure in history to combine total political power with frontline military genius, in the mold of Alexander and Caesar. But it seemed Napoleon's reign was to end in abject military defeat. However, exile on Elba did not prove to Napoleon's taste. In less than 10 months, he would return to France to fight one last great campaign to reclaim his throne.
Attention.
Thank you to all our
Pas de pitié.
patrons for making this channel possible. Visit our Patreon page and support the channel, get ad-free early access, and help to choose
Jumpą. Wyrównana walka jest, noż kurwa.
Attention. Attention.
W Ameryce go ogarnijmy. O jest. Epic history.
The Gauls were one of Rome's oldest and most bitter enemies. They had sacked Rome and throughout the centuries fought alongside the Republic's most dangerous adversaries, including Liris and Hannibal. By the end of the 2nd century BC, southern Gaul was largely subdued. However, there was still tension
Attention.
in northern Gaul, particularly along the Rhine. These tensions would ultimately climax in the Gallic Wars, the conflict that would shape the future of
Gardez
Western
vos rangs.
Europe for centuries to come, giving rise to the Holy Roman Empire and
Attention.
modern-day France. The conflict that would forever etch the name of Gaius Julius Caesar in the annals of history. Rome had been rocked by almost half a century of civil wars, and the Republic was in decline. Both Marius and Sulla had marched on Rome, highlighting the ineffectiveness of the system for maintaining a large empire,
Attention.
and the fact that the legionaries were more loyal to their generals than to the state. Following this chaotic period,
Gardez
the
vos
men
rangs.
had established an unofficial alliance to
Pareil.
effectively control the Republic. This was the first triumvirate, consisting of the famous general Pompey the Great, the Augustan in Rome, Augustus, and Julius Caesar. Caesar had been consul the year before in 59 BC, but his political campaigning had left him in debt and made him many enemies in Rome. He needed to make money fast and gain enough military success to put his
Attention.
political adversaries at bay.
Attention.
When the time came for distributing provinces for Caesar to
Du,
govern,
du, 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 du.
he was able to use his political
Gardez vos
power
rangs.
to secure Cisalpine Gaul, Illyricum, and Transalpine for an unprecedented 5 years. This put
Attention.
Caesar in control of 4 veteran legions, the 7th, 8th,
Brunswick.
9th, and 10th, all of whom had fought with Caesar before in Hispania and were loyal to him.
Pareil.
They had a total of roughly 22,000 legionaries plus auxiliaries. Caesar now
Gardez vos
had
rangs.
the men he needed. All he needed was an excuse for war.
Attention.
Fortunately for Caesar, a Celtic tribe, the Helvetii, was planning a migration into Gaul in 58 BC.
Tirs
had
ennemis.
formed a confederation with a number of neighboring tribes, the Telingi, Latubrini, Rauraki, and Boii, and now they numbered 368,000 men, women, and children.
Attention.
Orectorix had even convinced them to burn their homes in order to
Gardez
leave
vos rangs.
no option of failure. However, soon he was accused of being a tyrant and was forced to commit suicide. Command passed to Divico. Divico was determined to stop
Gardez vos
the
rangs.
plan and began amassing supplies in order to start a war. To do this, they would either have to pass through the land of the Roman ally in Italy and the province of Transalpine Gaul,
Magdeburg.
another route through the mountain passes in the north. The Romans had built up a healthy fear of migrating tribes
Attention.
following the Indian War from 13 to 1 BC, and so Caesar, hearing of this, was only too willing to come
O skurczybyk. Rosja.
throwing javelins and shooting arrows into them. With the southern route thus blocked, the Helvetii decided to take the longer northern route through the mountains into Gaul. Leaving his top lieutenant Labienus in command, Caesar returns to Italy to levy a further 2 legions and to pull the other 3 veteran legions out of their winter quarters in
Attention!
Romania, bringing his total to approximately 33,000 legionaries plus auxiliaries. Despite Labienus being in a strong position to easily block the mountain pass, the Helvetii managed to push into Gallic territories and began ravaging the land. The Gauls pleaded with Caesar to intervene and chase the Helvetii out, and Caesar, yet again, was only
Women and what?
marching his legions into the Gallic territories. The decision of Labienus to not hold the Helvetii in the mountains was likely an order
Aye.
received from Caesar. The Celts were now in open terrain, which better suited the Roman
Gardez vos
legions,
rangs.
and their pillaging of Gaul gave Caesar
Gardez vos
an
rangs.
excuse to intervene.
Gardez vos rangs.
Word reached Caesar that the Helvetii were currently attempting a crossing of the Arun River. They had been crossing in 4 large groups, using many rafts and boats.
Fort 7%.
As they were horned and their lack of organization, the crossing had already taken days, and Gaul was still yet to cross. Caesar took his legions and swiftly marched to the river. Quickly forming his legions into battle formation, Caesar fell upon the Celts waiting to cross. Caught unaware, unprepared, and encumbered by their baggage, the Helvetii did not even have enough time to form a proper battle line. The fighting was over quickly, with the whole stranded group being killed or fleeing into the nearby woods, whilst the other 3 groups could do nothing but watch helplessly from the other side of the river. The main Helvetii force began to move on.
Continuez d'avancer.
Wanting to lose the initiative, Caesar took the bridge
Gardez vos rangs.
with 6 legions across.
Arrêt.
Crossing that had taken the Celts 20 days as
Aye.
the Romans just 1. Caesar began tailing the Helvetii, waiting for the right time to strike.
Pareil.
There were a few minor cavalry skirmishes, nothing decisive.
Gardez vos rangs.
Caesar did once manage to find the battlefield that was advantageous, and even had Labienus in
Gardez vos
position
rangs.
behind the enemy. However, due to the communication from his scouts, Caesar was forced to pull back from the battlefield. This caused a delay in Caesar's plan, and he was beginning to run low on rations. He decided to head for the nearby town of Bibracta to resupply his army before continuing the pursuit. As he began to march off, however, Divico gave chase, harassing the rear of the Roman army. Caesar sent his cavalry and light infantry to fight a delaying action in order to buy time to deploy his main force on a nearby hill. The 4 veteran legions formed 3 lines at the front, with the 2 newly levied legions, along with the auxiliaries, positioned further up the hill. These men were not tested in battle, and so were not expected to do any of the fighting. Instead, they were to guard the baggage and were spread thin across the hill to seemingly increase the size of Caesar's army. The Helvetii, numbering somewhere between 60 to 90,000 warriors, had successfully
Gardez vos
fought off
rangs.
the Roman cavalry and light infantry, forcing them
Pareil.
to retreat. Now they had formed their infantry into a tightly packed shield and advanced on the Romans. The front 2 lines of legionaries
Pas de
opened
pitié.
the battle with a volley of javelins. These hammered the Helvetii
Attention.
by becoming stuck in their shields, forcing them to drop them and break into a loose formation. With the shield wall in disarray, the Roman front lines charged.
Gardez
into
vos rangs.
land. The fighting was intense and tough, but the Romans' discipline and experience gave them the edge. Slowly they began to get the upper hand, with the Helvetii being
Attention.
back to the nearby mountain. However, as the Romans pressed up the mountain, a portion of the Helvetii allies, composed of Boii and Tolenghi, roughly 15,000 warriors, entered the battle.
Attention.
These men,
Gardez vos rangs.
Now they fell on the Roman flank, threatening to encircle them.
2000. Kurwa mać.
By the arrival of their allies, began pushing back.
Gardez vos rangs.
With the two front lines of each camp already engaging in offensive battle, Caesar committed his final line of veterans to as a reserve. After hours of hard fighting, the Helvetii on the mountain were eventually broken by the battle. However, the very Stilinghi fell back to the camp to make a last stand. Using their baggage wagons, they formed a makeshift
Gardez vos
rampart
rangs.
and continued the fight, hurling missiles down into the Roman ranks. This is where the fighting was the most.
Niech się trenują chłopaki, ale ile to trwa? 5%, no to szybko.
The third line was able to break into the camp.
Attention.
The battle had lasted almost 12 hours. Caesar had lost perhaps 5,000 men.
Gardez vos rangs.
Helvetii had lost around 60,000. Of the 360,000 people who began the migration, only 130,000 were now left. Caesar, with no cavalry to speak of, was not able to give chase immediately, and gave his men a few days in order to recover from the battle.
Attention.
Helvetii, seeing the Romans chasing them once more,
Terrain.
and were forced to return to their homeland and made a vassal of Rome, acting as a buffer between Roman and Germanic lands. Caesar had achieved his aim of gaining a swift military victory, and for now, he would be able to hold off his political enemies in Rome. Furthermore, the Romans had now shown themselves to be a powerful force in the Gallic theatre. After his victory, Caesar rested in Bibracte for a short time before moving on. Rumour had already reached him of a Germanic tribe that had crossed the Rhine and was terrorizing Gaul. The Suebi, led by their king, Ariovistus, had first arrived in Gaul in 63 BC as mercenaries for the Sequani and Averni in their war against the Aedui, a Roman ally. The 15,000 warriors that Ariovistus initially brought proved decisive, helping to secure a crucial victory
Gardez vos rangs.
Aedui at the Battle of Magetobriga, which forced the Aedui to become
Attention.
a tributary to the Sequani.
Pareil.
In response to this, the Aedui sent an envoy, Diviciacus, to ask Rome for help, which the Republic was still recovering from the political shock of the Catiline conspiracy and was distracted by Allegori's revolt. The governor of Transalpine Gaul was ordered to help Rome's Gallic allies when possible, and in 59 BC, the Senate named Ariovistus a friend of the people of Rome to pacify him and keep him in check.
Ale godzisko.
Time to consolidate his position.
Gardez vos rangs.
After helping the Sequani, he demanded a third of their lands
Attention.
as payment. The Sequani gave in, and
Pareil.
Ariovistus began moving more of his people across the Rhine to settle in this new land. By 58 BC, as many as 120,000
Attention.
Suebi had now crossed the Rhine and made their home in Gaul. Furthermore, Ariovistus was
Attention.
demanding more Sequani territory in order to settle an extra 24,000 Germans, and had been taking hostages in order to keep the Sequani and Aedui obedient. Something had to be done. Following his victory over the Helvetii, Caesar had taken some time to rest in Bibracte. Whilst encamped there, he was visited by a council of Gallic leaders and diplomats, led by Diviciacus. They complimented Caesar on his victory and implored him to intervene in
Kurwa.
the situation, pointing out that if the Germans continued their conquests, soon the Suebi would be directly bordering Roman territory. Caesar, again, was happy to oblige. As Ariovistus was a friend of Rome, however, Caesar could not immediately
Gardez
go
vos
to
rangs.
war. Instead, Caesar first invited Ariovistus to meet him, which was declined. Then he sent a diplomat to Ariovistus, asking him to return the Gallic hostages he had taken and to stop any hostilities. Caesar reminded him that if he were to comply, the Romans would still consider him a friend of
Attention.
Rome and not take any action against him.
Gardez vos
This
rangs.
was a good deal for Ariovistus. He'd be allowed to keep
Attention.
the lands he had already taken from the Sequani without a
Gardez vos rangs.
Wchodzimy do Szczecina za darmo. Ex, kurwa, PayPay.
Ariovistus doubled down and sent a message back to Caesar saying that if the Romans could conquer where and how they liked, so could he. At the same time, the 24,000 new Germans who had crossed the Rhine were allowed to raise and pillage the Gallic lands as they pleased, with more
Aye.
Germans preparing to cross the river to join Ariovistus. Caesar now had a reputation, as he had a legal
Aye.
decree from the Senate to protect Rome's Gallic allies. He could justify
Aye.
that the Suebi were threatening Rome's borders, and Ariovistus had forfeited his status as a friend of Rome by continuing to pillage the land of Rome's allies. Yet again, Caesar had the chance to market himself as the savior of all. Gathering his 6 legions, roughly 30,000
Gardez vos
men,
rangs.
Caesar set out on the warpath. Both Ariovistus and Caesar recognized the importance of Bisontio, the largest
Attention.
town in the Sequani territories. Well fortified and well supplied, it would be crucial to the war effort. Both forces began marching to the town. However, the Romans, marching day and night, were able to get there first. Caesar rested there briefly while supplying the legions. But as they rested, rumors began reaching to them of the strength and ferocity of the Germans. Even some of Caesar's officers began having their doubts,
Attention.
and it almost seemed as if Caesar would have a mutiny on his hands. Caesar was, however, able to restore order by insisting that he would face Ariovistus with just his most trusted 10th legion if none others would follow. This inspired a fanatical loyalty in the 10th legion, whilst the others, motivated by shame at
Gardez vos
being
rangs.
thought of as cowards, rallied, and the legions began to march out to meet the Suebi. Ariovistus, impressed with the speed at which the Romans had been able to move and take Bisontio, sent messages to Caesar asking for a meeting, with only some cavalry allowed as bodyguards, at the place called Vosges in modern-day Alsace. Caesar agreed to the meeting,
Rosja.
both generals reiterating their positions. Ariovistus even went so far
Wchodzimy
as
do
to say that
Berlina,
if he
ex
killed
pipi.
Caesar, there would be many in Rome that would be grateful, showing that he knew what the political situation in Rome was. Negotiations broke down after this, and the cavalry on both sides had a minor skirmish before retreating back to their respective camps. A few days later, Ariovistus asked for another meeting.
Nie wiem, czemu mają tak chujowe te samoloty. Ja pierdolę.
This was just as well, as Ariovistus promptly captured the two and even considered burning them alive. With his plan to capture Caesar having failed,
Ja pierdolę.
instead moved to battle. His army was composed of 6,000 cavalry, 16,000 light infantry, and the rest heavier infantry, for a total of around 30 to 40,000 men. Taking Caesar by surprise, Ariovistus marched his force quickly behind Caesar's position and set up camp, cutting off the Romans from their supply lines. For 5 days, Caesar drew out his army in battle formation, willing to give battle, but Ariovistus was content to wait and strangle Caesar's supply line, only engaging in cavalry skirmishes. The Suebi cavalry fought in a unique fashion. For every horseman, there was an infantryman mixed into their formation. These men were lightly armed in order to keep up with the cavalry, and together provided a flexible and difficult force to handle, and the Roman cavalry got the worst of the
Levez-vous.
fighting. Caesar, knowing that he would have to do something to break the stalemate, or else risk being starved out,
Gardez vos rangs.
his legions into 3 lines. He marched his force past the Suebi position, and ordered the 4th line
Aye.
to begin construction of a separate camp, whilst the first 2 lines
Attention.
formed up to defend them.
Attention.
Aravistus sent all of his light infantry and cavalry to harass the legionaries, who seemed reluctant to commit his entire force, and so they were easily held off by the Romans. With the second camp complete, Caesar left 2 legions and part of his
Attention.
auxiliaries to defend it, whilst his other 4 legions returned to the main camp. Realizing that Caesar would now be able to use this second camp to
Gardez vos rangs.
Aravistus sent part of his army to attack.
Gardez vos rangs.
The fighting was tough, lasting from
Gardez
midday
vos rangs.
into the evening, but eventually the Romans were able to repel the attack and even took some prisoners. Upon questioning these Suebi, Caesar learned that Aravistus had apparently been told by his priests not to commit his army until after the new moon, which was why he used his whole army to prevent the legions constructing their second camp. Having learnt this, Caesar decided to go on the offensive. Leaving a small garrison in each camp, Caesar formed his 6 legions into a triple axis formation with his cavalry in reserve and marched on the Suebi camp. The Germans came out to meet him, forming their wagons and baggage train into a semicircle behind them, their women standing on them urging the men on. Noticing that the German left flank was slightly weaker, Caesar positioned himself opposite on the Roman right
Attention.
and gave the order for his men to charge.
Gardez
As
vos
he
rangs.
did, the Suebi also charged. Their assault was so fast and surprising that
Gardez
the
vos
Romans
rangs.
had to drop their wheeler before they could even throw them, drawing their swords and fighting hand-to-hand combat. The Germans managed to form a shield wall, and neither side seemed able to gain an upper hand. Having been unable to throw their javelins before charging, the Romans struggled to break the shield wall as easily as they had at the Battle of Bibracte. After some hard fighting, the Roman right, led by Caesar, started to push back the German left. However, the Suebi on the right outnumbered their Roman opponents and were starting to get the upper hand. The Roman cavalry, led by the son of Triumvir Marcus Licinius Crassus, Publius, had not yet engaged in the battle, and from his position he could see the Roman left starting to crumble. Using his own initiative, Crassus led the third line, which had been kept in reserve, to support the flank, arriving just in time to avoid a disaster. With their left flank broken and their right now under severe pressure, the Suebi army broke and ran. It is not known how many people died in this battle, but the Germans attempting to retreat through their wagons were said to have been packed so tightly that the dead could not even fall over. The entire Suebi force, including Aravistus, fled back across the Rhine, pursued by the Roman cavalry.
Attention.
Caesar had won 2 important campaigns in one season. For now he left Labienus to winter whilst he attended to his governing duties in Cisalpine Gaul. But by wintering his legions in Gallic territory, Caesar was making a point. This was beginning to look less like intervention and more like occupation. With the Germanic threat dealt with, Caesar would be able to turn his
Gardez vos
attention to Gaul proper. The Belgae were a loose collection of various tribes and had fought constant wars with the Germanic tribes of the which had fostered a strong and experienced warrior
Gardez
culture.
vos rangs.
They knew of how successful
Attention.
Caesar had been in Gaul already and were justifiably
Attention.
suspicious of his intentions. To counter the rising Roman threat,
Attention.
the Belgae formed a confederation led by King
Gardez vos rangs.
Visusionis.
Attention.
Labienus sent word of this coalition to Caesar in Cisalpine Gaul, who immediately took action. Caesar raised a further 2 legions and moved straight to the Belgae border. It is worth noting that Caesar now had 8 legions under his command,
Gardez vos rangs.
4,000 men, including auxiliaries, double the amount he had initially been allocated by the Senate. Furthermore, while the Belgae raising an army could certainly be seen as a potential threat, Caesar made no efforts to get the casus bellis he had when fighting the Helvetii. The Republic had less and less resources, and many in Rome were beginning to talk about these conquests
Attention.
in Rome's best interest, but in Caesar's. Nevertheless, Caesar marched his legions quickly into the territory of the nearest Belgian tribe, the Remi, who were completely taken aback by the speed at which the Romans
Attention.
had been able to mobilize and surrendered instantly, swearing to Caesar that they had never been a part of the Confederation. The Remi even provided Caesar with all the information they had on the alliance, including which tribes were involved, how many men each tribe was contributing, and that they were currently marching towards the Remi's territory. With this information, Caesar convinced his Gallic allies, the Aedui, led now by Divitiacus, to invade the lands of the Bellovaci, a powerful Belgae tribe, to open a second front, while he marched
Gardez vos rangs.
the alliance's main army.
Gardez vos rangs.
Caesar crossed the way through the Exxon River and encamped in a strong position on the other side. The river provided protection from the rear, and marshy land at his front made a frontal assault difficult. Furthermore, Caesar had
Gardez vos
learned
rangs.
his lesson from fighting Ariamistus and left 6 cohorts in a well-fortified position on the other side of the river.
Gardez vos rangs.
With no chance of being starved out from his
Gardez vos
position,
rangs.
Caesar waited for the Belgae to make their move. Meanwhile, the Belgae had marched to the Remi town of Bibrax, just 8 miles from where Caesar was encamped, and besieged it.
Pareil.
Caesar gives the total number of the Confederation as
Gardez vos
3,000.
rangs.
However, it is unclear how much this number is exaggerated and how many of these men were currently in the army. A more realistic estimation would be somewhere around 80,000 men, still a force to be reckoned with, almost double that of Caesar's. In the face of such a large force, to Caesar, saying that they would be able to hold the town without his help. Caesar, however, was reluctant to give up his defensive position, as he thought that the attack on Bibrax was a trap designed to force him to do that. Instead, he kept his legions in camp, which sent a substantial contingent of
Attention.
auxiliaries, composed mainly of Cretan archers and Illyrian slaves, to siege Bibrax. With Bibrax thus reinforced, and Caesar not taking the bait, Galba instead marched his army to meet the Romans, encamping just 2 miles from the Roman camp.
Gardez vos rangs.
Caesar was reluctant to engage
Aye.
Galba straight away, and instead focused on cavalry skirmishes to test the strength of the Belgae. While this was going on, he further reinforced his position, digging long trenches and constructing defensive towers on the flanks of his position.
Attention.
Realizing that attacking such a strong position would be suicidal, Galba
Attention.
instead sent roughly 15 to 20,000 men
Attention.
to ford the river and attack the 6 cohorts
Attention.
on the other side, hoping either to draw Caesar from the hill or to cut off his supply line and starve him out. Seeing this, Caesar gathered his light infantry and cavalry
Free for the old guard.
crossing, leaving his legions in their defensive position. The Roman cavalry arrived just in time and fell upon the few Belgae who had made it to the other bank, killing many and forcing them back into the river. At the same time, the Roman missile troops peppered the Belgae still in the water with stones, javelins, and arrows. They doggedly tried to continue their crossing despite taking heavy casualties, but Galba had no choice but to pull his men back. To make matters worse, word had now reached him that the Aedui were rampaging through the Bellovaci
Attention.
lands. With the Romans to his front so
Attention.
heavily dug in, and with another army now threatening his flank, Galba decided to withdraw. The tribes would all disperse to their respective homelands, but all agreed to reassemble if the Romans marched further into their land.
Russia. Erfurt.
commencer.
cavalry and 3 legions under Labienus harassing the Belgae. Due to their lack of coordination, the Belgae suffered heavy casualties in this retreat. The
Nie,
plan
tam ci
had
trzymają.
cost the Federation approximately 10,000 men and had forced the tribes to divide, making them easier for Caesar to conquer. Many tribes simply surrendered in the face of the Roman
Pareil.
legions, including the Bellovaci and Galbus Suessione.
Attention.
However, deeper in Belgae territory, the Nervi did have the time to organize and
Gardez vos
were
rangs.
not going to give up so easily. They were outraged by Caesar's foray into Belgae territory, and alongside their neighbors, the Virumandui, Atrebates, and Aduatuci, were able to gather an army of approximately 50,000 men.
Oh.
The king, Bodugnatus.
Attention.
Caesar, hearing that his force was gathering against him, marched for the river Sabis on the edge of Nervii territory. Bodugnatus
Pareil.
had learned the lesson from Galba and knew that he could not allow the
Gardez vos
Romans
rangs.
a chance to fortify their position, and so he
Attention.
positioned his men in ambush on a hill on the other side of the river. He also had his troops construct hedge-like obstructions, which were placed on the other side of the river to disrupt the Roman formations and cavalry. Caesar marched his army in 2 groups. His veteran 6 legions, who marched in the front, were the first to reach the river and began constructing a camp on the hill with the river in front, while the 2 newer legions marched behind with the baggage train. Caesar sent his cavalry and
Attention.
light infantry across the river, which was only
Gardez vos rangs.
deep, in order to scout the opposite bank. They were met by
14%. Weź się popłacz, proszę.
However, the Belgae cavalry fell back, drawing in the Romans until the entire Nervian force broke cover and fell upon them. The Roman cavalry and light infantry broke and ran back across the river to the Roman camp, the
Pareil.
Nervii army in hot pursuit. Thus started the Battle of the Sabis
Gardez
River.
vos rangs.
The
Gardez
Belgae
vos rangs.
moved from the woods and across the river so fast that the legions had almost no time to prepare. However, their experience and discipline kicked in. Rallying
Gardez
to
vos
the
rangs.
nearest cohort and legionary standards, they
Gardez
were
vos
able
rangs.
to put together a coherent battle line. But as the legionary engineers did not have time to clear the camp
Wellington.
wood, the legions were divided by the
Gardez
hedge
vos rangs.
constructions laid down by Bodugnatus, which prevented them from forming a cohesive formation.
Pareil.
As a result, the legions were almost fighting 3 separate battles. The 10th and the 9th on the left against the Atrebati, the 11th
Pareil.
and 8th in the center against the Virumandui,
Gardez vos
and
rangs.
the 12th and 7th on the right against the largest group, the Nervi,
1500, jasny chuj.
still with the baggage train yet to join the battle.
Uhuhu.
Gardez vos rangs.
Fighting was brutal, with Caesar himself going from group to group, encouraging his men. Eventually, the Roman left was able to push their enemy back enough to hurl their javelins into their ranks and charge. They were able to force the Atrebati back across the river, even making it into the Belgae camp.
Rosja.
Was also finding success,
Attention.
pushing the Virumandui down to the banks of the river. However, the Roman right
Gardez vos
was
rangs.
having a hard time. With the center pushing forwards, the Nervii poured into the gap, almost surrounding the 12th and 7th legions and falling upon the auxiliaries who had retreated to the camp. The remaining auxiliaries, including most of the Roman cavalry who had been marching in front of the baggage train, saw this and fled,
Ale
assuming
gojna.
the Roman right had been completely destroyed and the battle lost. They were not without reason. The 12th had lost their standard, their chief centurion, most of the other centurions, and the Romans were beginning to break. Seeing this disaster, Caesar knew he would have to do something or risk losing the whole campaign. Snatching up a shield, he pushed himself to the front line of the legion, bolstering the morale of the men. With the 7th Legion under heavy pressure as well, Caesar ordered them to form a defensive square with the 12th and hold their ground. At this point, the battle began to swing in the Romans' favour. Labienus, in charge of the 10th and 12th legions, saw what was happening from the other side of the river and sent the 10th to relieve the Roman right, while the remaining 2 legions had finally joined the battle and were attacking the Nervii in the Roman camp. The Roman auxiliary cavalry also returned to the battle, seeing this change in fortune, and now it was the Nervii who faced disaster. The Virimandui had fled upon seeing the Roman reinforcements, and the Nervii were now surrounded. They fought bravely, and even Caesar commended them later, but their defeat was now inevitable.
Gardez vos rangs.
The Belgae casualties were devastating, Caesar saying that just 500 survived the battle. The Roman losses had also been high, with perhaps as many as 5,000 Romans dead. Without Caesar's personal leadership and the timely interventions of the legions, it is likely that the battle would have been lost, Caesar killed,
Attention.
and the campaign ended. But the battle was over, and Caesar was once again victorious. The Nervii surrendered,
Attention.
becoming a victim of Rome, and the Atrebati were conquered soon after.
Gardez vos rangs.
Rome was now in control of most of Gaul. By 56 BC,
Gardez vos
Caesar
rangs.
had subjugated the majority of Gaul, either through conquest or political alliances, and was beginning to look for new opportunities to expand Rome's influence. But kindly to Roman rule.
Pareil.
One such tribe was the Veneti, located
Attention.
in Brittany. Despite signing a peace treaty with Caesar the year before, they reneged on his promise and captured a few Roman officers. As a largely seafaring,
Erich von Manstein.
were confident that they would be able to put their faith in the navy and force
Gardez
Caesar
vos
to
rangs.
make concessions. However, Caesar spent no time trying
Attention.
to negotiate, instead seeing the act as a direct declaration of war and marched on the tribe. Initially, he found little success. Due to their large navy, the
Attention.
Veneti were able to effectively hop from town to town,
Bougez-vous.
moving entire populaces and their belongings, denying the Romans a pitched battle or siege. Standard Roman tactics proved ineffective, therefore, and it was clear that, in order to win, Caesar had to defeat the navy.
Pareil.
With no navy on hand, he ordered that a fleet be built in order to take on the Veneti navy.
Continue l'attaque.
Compared to the Roman ships
Du-
which
du-
were
du-
designed
du.
for the Mediterranean, the Veneti
Gardez vos
ships
rangs.
designed for the Atlantic were much stronger and taller.
Gardez vos rangs.
Romans found them impossible to ram or board. It was only through the ingenuity of one of his legates, Decimus Junius Brutus Albinus, who suggested that they use bilboats to cut down the sails and cripple the Veneti boats, that Caesar was able to defeat their navy. With this issue sorted, it now seemed that Caesar would be able to move on to new conquests. Once again, though, his plans were put on hold in 55 BC, when yet another roaming German horde, composed of Usipetes and Tenchtheri, began threatening the Rhine border. These
Gardez
tribes
vos rangs.
previously rivaled the Suebi, but were now fleeing in huge numbers, Caesar giving their total number, including civilians, as 430,000. They
Go,
had
go, go,
raised
go, da.
and stolen their ships in order to
Pareil.
cross the river, and were now pouring into Gaul. Upon hearing about this, Caesar was once again compelled to act,
Attention.
as he was worried that the Gauls might join the Germans in an attempt to oust the Romans. Some Gallic tribes in the Rhine Valley had indeed sent emissaries to the Germans, providing them with food and intelligence, encouraging them to move deeper into Gaul. Caesar gathered a council of Gallic chiefs and convinced them to provide more cavalry for him to confront the Germans. This served two purposes. Firstly, Rome's cavalry had always been lacking, and the Gauls were renowned horsemen, and so filled a crucial role in the army. And secondly, because cavalry was composed largely of nobles or wealthy persons, they would act as hostages, ensuring good behavior. He then gathered 5 of his legions and headed to the Rhine. The Germans had sent a portion of their cavalry ahead of their main force in order to carry out raiding missions. But hearing that Caesar was getting close, they sent emissaries in order to delay him. They asked Caesar to negotiate, claiming that they were only in Gaul because they had been forced to flee from the Suebi, and promised to ally with Rome if Caesar could provide them with land in Gaul. However, Caesar suspected that the Germans were delaying and continued his advance. The envoys continued back and forth as Caesar continued to progress towards the German camp, sending forward his 5,000 cavalry as an advanced force, but with orders not to provoke them to attack. However, upon seeing the Roman cavalry separated from the main force, the Germans fell upon them. The Romans initially tried to hold their ground, but were eventually overwhelmed and retreated to the safety of Caesar's camp.
Gardez vos rangs.
Caesar likely underplayed the amount of casualties taken, giving the number as 74, but he does mention that two brothers of the famous and influential Piso family had died in the fighting, something that Caesar could not let go unpunished.
Gardez vos rangs.
Refusing to hold back any longer, Caesar gathered his
Attention.
forces to attack the Germans. But before he moved off, the Germans sent a party of diplomats, including high-ranking nobility, to treat with Caesar, once again asking for peace and apologizing
Gardez
for
vos
the
rangs.
attack. As the Germans had already attacked apparently without
Gardez vos rangs.
provocation, Caesar refused and took the delegates as prisoners. He then drew up his army in 3 lines and moved swiftly to the German camp.
Gardez vos rangs.
The Germans, assuming that Caesar still would have been delayed by their envoys, were caught completely unaware. The legions fell upon their camp. Caesar brushes over the
Gardez vos
details,
rangs.
but it seemed to have been something of a massacre. The fleeing Germans were pursued by the Roman cavalry. Some made it across the river in their boats, but many tried to swim across and drowned. Hearing of the defeat, the German cavalry, which had been pillaging, returned across the Rhine. Caesar's army had taken minimal casualties. It is important to note that while Caesar
Gardez vos rangs.
as a great victory against the Romans,
Continuez l'attaque.
how others saw it. To Caesar's political rivals in Rome, Caesar had broken the arms
Gardez vos
of
rangs.
the Germans by antagonizing them with his cavalry, imprisoned diplomats, which was effectively a declaration of war.
Ale do tego, kurwa, jakie dojebane dywizje ma. Proszę bardzo.
Caesar needed something to distract the Senate
Gardez vos
and
rangs.
win the minds of the people. So he decided to
Gardez vos
use
rangs.
his popularity by doing what no Roman general had ever done before, crossing the Rhine. The Germanic tribe offered
Attention.
its ships, hoping that the Romans would assist in their war against the Suebi. Caesar, however, deemed this unworthy of the Roman people, and instead decided to build a bridge across the Rhine between modern Antwerp and Wigan. It was an engineering marvel. The Legion's engineers used winches to act as pilots
Rosja.
deep into the river and constructed the 140 to 400 meter by 79 meter bridge in just 10 days. Caesar found the lands beyond the Rhine almost deserted. Taken aback by the Roman speed and their feat of engineering, the Germanic tribes in the area had retreated deep into the Germanic forests, where they had amassed a significant army. However, Caesar had no desire to be caught in a prolonged campaign in foreign territory against a notoriously dangerous enemy. He spent
Infantry tanks.
on the German side of the Rhine, burning villages and crop fields before returning and dismantling the bridge. The campaign
Attention.
was a proof, not only to the Germans, but also to Caesar's rivals in Rome, that he could overcome anything and do as he pleased. Caesar's next ambition, Britain, was once again a perfect propaganda target. The island was on the edge of the known world, and rumors to be allowed
Gardez vos rangs.
advanced riches. It had remained effectively unpunished, and bringing it into Rome's sphere of influence would be a significant achievement. According to Caesar, the Britons had provided some of the Gallic tribes with the resources needed to make war.
Dobra. O kurwa, będę kończył. Trzymaj to się.